using the method of poison to kill the white man. But some of you Negroes are killing us. So take that same science and use it against him. With that, I'm going to introduce Brother Phil Valentine.
Thank you very much. Let's give a hand to the brother and the sister again. Very moving. I'm here for a very serious reason. First and foremost, anybody who wishes not to have to deal with vaccinations, especially for their children, I have some information here about the service that we provide. The other thing is that I have a list of my tapings here. Brother called off a few. I have about 100 tapes, and I've kind of filtered it down to about 50 that are the most concentrated and the best of the the best of the quality, because it started back around 1985 when, you know, the machines weren't as good and the taping wasn't as good. So the best that we could do, I try to do the best that I can. First and foremost, I'd like to make a couple of announcements. Dr. Nalani, I know there's a lot that brothers have spoken, but Dr. Nalani will be speaking at Long Island University, downtown Brooklyn, on the 14th at 2 p.m. And she will be speaking on the metaphysics of disease. It's your call. She will definitely break and decode information that is pertinent to those who wish to understand from the metaphysical level how the diseases are beginning, where they start in the mind, and how they filter through specific nexus, specific nexi, and connections in the body to become what you see and doctors see as disease. That would be a seminal lecture, and it would be pretty much introducing her onto the scene. She is a magnificent teacher. She has many credentials. She is a doctor of naturopathic medicine. She is a licensed massage therapist. She is a master of Reiki. She is a master teacher of American Sign Language. Her credits go on and on. So I want you to give a hand to Dr. Nalani. We don't have enough of our sisters in front of the camera speaking and teaching. So I would hope that this would be as inspirational as it is to a lot of the young brothers who are getting up to start speaking and actually taking the torch from us, that you sisters would also want to step forward and to help us be at our side doing this work. I also want to say that last Sunday, I guess Spirit and the ancestors visited me to kind of keep me straight. I had a head-on collision, and my car got totaled. And it was funny because I blinked and he was in the intersection. It wasn't like, if it wasn't because I had the kind of skills of driving and my instincts, I know it would have been worse, because, you know, I threw it. It was blink, bang. I had to think, bing, bang, bing, bang. But my car is totally totaled, so I know it's taxing you all even further, but if during the half, when we get a chance to get a break, I want to set up a little love fund that if you could help me now that I'm going to be definitely trying to take on the train, try to get away from the train, because that's where the next attack is going to be, by the way. I would really appreciate if you all could just extend, it doesn't matter, it could be coins or paper, anything. If you could just show your love sometime towards the half. Now, with that, I want to say that what I'm about to get into, if you think the feminists hated me before, they're going to want to tar and feather me now. Because it's come to the point now where all I get are calls from brothers and sisters as to what we can possibly do to mend this schism that has been placed between the male and the female, the archetypal relationship. So those of you who were at my last Gendercide, I felt that I need to keep a series going, just like I started a new series from before. If there's too much air on you all, just let me know. The Gendercide series is going to be an ongoing chronicle of what's happening to the relationship dynamic between males and females. There is a definite problem, but the problem is not us. We are going to investigate it from the metaphysical all the way to the political. The problem is that we don't understand and understand what this dynamic called male and female is, what it means. We don't understand who woman is. We don't understand who man is. We are playing roles based upon conditioning. We are here to decompress, to decondition. We are hoping that inside of this dialogue, because I hope to open the floor up, that you will become more... what you're going to have to do now is to just lay down everything you think you know. Because since 1985, 86, I've been speaking about something wrong inside of the relationship dynamic of male and female. And of course, it wasn't met then with the best of open arms. At that time, that was just going into the 90s when the 60s had just taken hold, and all the work that the feminists had done was now supposedly bearing fruit in the 90s. So here I come and I say, nah, bullshit. We got a problem here, and whatever it is that you think is going on is not what it looks like. And the sisters are heading for a crash. It looks good now, but you're heading for a crash. So I'm dedicating this to all the young brothers and sisters who feel that they are going to have a relationship. They want to get into a serious relationship, and it's about serious relationships now, because being at war, we can't play the games that they want us to play, like this jackass Huggy Bear and all of that crap. What's happening is they need us to take on these role models because they understand how dangerous the prototypical nuclear family is. And you want to know why it's dangerous? Because there is a symbiosis. The man is the leader in his family. Now that's something that we are now, because we've been conditioned for the last 30 years for equality, I'm saying it's bullshit. It's an experiment that was actually a conditioning process that was put into our community to disrupt the prototypical relationship, the harmony necessary for a home to be run and for a house to be made into a home. The female was under attack, and we know what the male is. You can't subtly attack the male. You can coerce him, but you can't coerce him unless you have the female working against him. Now, you don't know that because, again, don't take this as an attack with sisters. Please do not take this personally, because I'm not here to start defending whether I'm a chauvinist, a misogynist. Fuck all of that bullshit language. It don't mean nothing. It's distractions to make you stop thinking on the reasonable points that we need to access at this point. What's happening is you can't launch an all-out assault against the male psyche. The male psyche is automatically tuned to defense. We know when our home or our circumstance is being threatened. So you have to dismantle his ability to react. What do? You must take away his power. To attack the male, you must attack his power base. Okay? The equation for the male is power. He must have, okay? The equation for the male is power. He must have power to function as a man. Women must accede power to the man for him to function as a man. If you don't, he is your child. So now what's going on is we men, because power has been taken from us and the perception of power has been taken, it makes it look as if we did not do our jobs. Well, you didn't do this, you didn't do this, you didn't do this, so how could we follow you here? Well, you fell for the okie doke and making it believe that you could be equal. We can't function being equal to you. That doesn't work. That is the illusion that they put forward. Now, what we're going to get into here is going to be deep. It's going to be deep because it's the science of relationship from the metaphysical tip. It's going to introduce words and concepts and movements in dynamic language that you know you got to take home, rewind until you get the gist of it. But that's how I have to teach. I'm not teaching for today. I'm teaching for the way you will understand tomorrow. See, words and the way people speak, they're for the moment, for the time. I can't speak for the time today because it's already obsolete for me. I speak for tomorrow. Like Jimi Hendrix said, I don't live today. So, I'm praying that the time that we're going to share here together is going to be based upon something that you're going to leave with. And it's not about anybody. See, this has to be taken by a mature man and a mature woman. You can't take boys that thinks that they're going to use what I'm saying to play a power trip on women. This is not what that's about. Now, we could blame the sisters for what it is that's going on with us, but that would be the easy way out. We let it happen to them. We allowed this beast into our community, into our homes, and then into our minds. And the female is susceptible because she is the nurturer of the planet. If you circumvent and you co-opt and colonize her nurturing nature, it can be turned against you. And this is what we're going to investigate, the science of what it is to deal as gender. Because it's gender that's under attack, and the way you destroy a society is to destroy the gender-based relationships that keep family and community together. If men were running the community here in Harlem, we wouldn't have the shit that we're dealing with. One last man we had that was not going to let Harlem be taken over, you see, they had to take him out. So I'm asking the men to reach down, stomp the ground, and shake them balls up from inside of your stomach. Because it's time for you to assume your manhood again. And sisters, get out the way. Ain't no more equality shit. We're putting our foot down, stop the bullshit. This is no more, we're not playing anymore. You understand? You're coming at my side. You're not leading me. You're not running ahead of me. You're not equal to me. You are my partner. And that means, metaphysically, that you must surrender that power that you have. The power that they gave you is a transitional power. The power they gave the female is to transition the overall power of the man back to the white man and to the white woman. It was not real. It was not real, sisters. And I'm saying that to the young queens who will be getting hold of this thing, and they're going to be closing their mind, closing their hands, because you're taught the whole curriculum that you're taught from the time you're a child up and through college is a feminist curriculum. And you will learn who it is that actually financed so-called women's studies around the world today. So with that, I want to give big ups. And, you know, all you young people there, you see me go for the glasses after seeing me after 30 years of teaching. I'm going for the glasses at this time. Well, your turn's coming, too. First and foremost, I want to give thanks and praises to the ancestors and to the Most High for all that we have received. I can't stress how wonderful my life has been, even with bullets flying over my head and all the madness that I'm dealing with. I want to thank all the wives from my past lives who I've met today during this time in my sojourn to this point, when I met my other half at the Big Bang explosion, when the unitary whole split into two and you began trying to find the other half. Well, I found it. So I say that with all open hands and open heart, clean hands and a clean tongue. Now, I want to thank Brother Jack, Brother Bruce, and the Soul Brother family. I want you all to give it up to those brothers. Brother Sarnetta and Brother Big Man. That's right. I want to give thanks to a good brother, a friend of mine. I want you to know that this brother is one of the next teachers. You all haven't really been privy to him, but one day this brother is going to break out, and you all are going to be pleasantly surprised. He's sitting in the audience. You already know. His name is Brother Nkosi Kamadi. Would you raise your hand back there, brother? He'll give it up to the brother. And his queen. We want to definitely speak to all the young teachers that are out there who will be taking up the legacy and hitting on all cylinders. We got one sitting right here. Give it up to Dr. Lamar. I want to give thanks to Sister Medina, who is tirelessly searching the web after I give her cues to whatever it is that I need. She's the one who scans, and to the brothers themselves who scan the webs and go out to get the information for me. I want to give thanks to them if they're not, what do you call it? I know they don't like their names being told because they got to be on the down low Negro every month. I want to give thanks to them. And I want to give thanks again to my children, Amen and Shanika Makita, for being my children and coming back to give me the joy that they have. I also want to mention that I will be doing the Passion Lecture. Yeah. Yeah, these motherfuckers is just deep. They deep. You got to watch the science behind the release of that movie at this time and what it means. It's essentially a snuff film. You don't understand what you just was watching. You're watching a snuff film. Now, of course, it's banned in all different places, but if you put it behind a religious context, it takes on a other significance. You're dealing with orphan sacrifice, essentially. They did it with children and women, but when you put up Jesus Christ, then it's not snuff anymore, it's religious. But I call it snuff. It's religious snuff, ecclesiastical snuff. It's Christian pornography. And that's what we're going to be dealing with. And why it was set up like that. Okay? And with that, I want to formally launch into what I have to say. Beloved brothers and sisters, for approximately 25 years now, I have lectured on the passive and progressive decay of the overall human conditions on our planet. And no other topic has incurred the most sustained and passionate responses, as has the topic dealing with the dysfunction, mutilation, and overall societal assault on the sacred principle of gender. 25 years ago, while it was not yet popular to say, I made certain predictions relevant to today's topic at our gathering of the masters. That, one, society as we know it, through our children, would eventually suffer through a serious gender identity crisis, one that would cause us to become desensitized to perverse conduct by members of the same sex. That our archetypal instincts for correct gender conduct would deteriorate rapidly, progressively becoming distorted and dysfunctional, disconnecting us from our light code evolutionary programming imprinted upon our molecular atomic circuitry for us to achieve a higher evolutionary equilibrium. That gender-related aberrations would become commonplace to the point where the world will become legalized by law and promoted to our children as normal and even natural behavior. Behavior that they'll be told by sympathetic scientists and psychologists simply grew out of a natural set of tendencies inherent in all humanity. That nature created such perversions, and this fact can be witnessed by certain higher species in the animal kingdom, and so it must be all good. that such overt evidence of degeneration related to the chemical components of gender equilibrium in men and women would stratify people, because psychological conditions leading to psychotic behaviorisms that would be completely misdiagnosed by the medical priesthood, leading to an 1,100% rise in financial opportunities for therapists, pharmacists, fertility specialists, sex change surgeons, psychiatrists, psychologists, and motivational speakers, and a circle of sympathetic media publicists with the power to mold and manipulate and define what is sane and insane, what is real and what is illusion. All of the above representing a sustained attack against the cosmic institution of the prototypical family, the systematic deconstruction, trivialization, vilification, reclassification, and redefinition of the sacred genetic principle of gender. Brothers and sisters, as well as those listening to me on this tape, who may consider themselves members of the third gender, I am not here to bash anyone. I do not recognize, nor am I moved by, nor do I give a damn about trigger words created by those in the feminazi media to distract and dissuade an unsuspecting public from looking at the sorry state of family in this community, this nation, and now the world. I don't give a damn about words like homophobe, misogynist, gay basher, breeder bitchin', chauvinist, gender bigot, et al., or any of the other in-house gay speak pejoratives used to incite emotion over reason, to suppress and distract attention from a full and unhindered pursuit of the truth. To automatically characterize me with any of the above labels without fully investigating the evidence that I have stumbled upon by researching all sides of this issue could only cause you to be exposed as the classic agent provocateur, planted amongst us to use buzzwords and unrelated topics to incite the fears and the basest emotions of our people, to deflect the light of scrutiny away from those attempting to create an open platform for the exploration of truth. We are all too familiar with these types of tactics. A classic example is you turn on once against the TV every day, and you see this buzzword flashed across the screen, anti-Semitic. A phrase, it turns out, that is well utilized by the media Zionist elites to rally peaceful, unsuspecting, average workaday Jews to attack on command anyone digging too deeply into the stink holes of their demonic activities and the activities that they are carrying on with the Christian elites of this country. But now evidence is exposing the Zionist agenda to these against these Jews. You see them now picketing the streets, burning the Zionist flag. Isn't that interesting? This is why I have taken the opportunity to offer you this video thesis, part 2 on a volatile subject of gender. I'm calling on the underground adepts, the lords and ladies of Amenta, coming from the triple black realms of chemetaphysics, where the laws of polarity and equilibrium originate, from the think tank of dark matter consciousness. Now, the problem with studying the underlying chaos manipulating and dysfunctioning male and female relationships today is that as a subject of analysis, virtually all data related to it has been pre-formulated and slanted under 35 years of absolute control by a fascist, hive-based organization operating within all sectors of society under the title feminism. Most of the predominantly white so-called progressive thinking social engineers are New Age feminists. They're both feminists, and they're both male and female feminists. It is they who steer the ship of feminism, and the so-called black feminist pretty much mans the oars and swabs the deck. All avenues of propaganda, that being the media and the mega publishing houses, provide prime time space specifically dedicated to feminist socialist agendas, all masquerading under the guise of women's empowerment programming. These outlets are set up to orchestrate perception and to manufacture consent
as, for example, the introduction of issues, ideas, or words that in effect are meant to act as passive-aggressive warnings to anyone who target their agenda with the purpose of exposing them for just who they are. Brothers and sisters, the subject of gender perversion and degeneration and the parallel rise in the number of prototypical family breakups is no accident of nature. It is a premeditated attack against nature itself. The very nature of nature is being drastically undermined. The European parasitic elite have waged a relentless war against the three foundational pillars of elementary nature. They have corrupted and contaminated the air, the water, and the soil with heartless impunity, eroding and polluting the very infrastructures of life itself. Is there any wonder that the very nature of nature is now targeted at the molecular atomic levels of existence? Beloved, the truth is seldom ever revealed before its time. Let me repeat. The truth is seldom ever revealed before its time, but only the blind or criminally insane would look upon the decay of the family and the male and female relationship and think that women hating men, but dressing to the nines like a man, behaving, talking, strapping on a dildo, and fiending to fuck and eat pussy like men is somehow normal and natural. And it's all right for everybody to do it. Two, that men crossing the line of true masculine relationships would seek their fathers in other men by playing the roles of their mothers, who 9 times out of 10 were the ones who raised them. That they would dress up like women, or walk, talk, and want to be sexed like women, even to the point of slicing off or manipulating their manhood in an attempt, a desperate attempt, to dissociate themselves from their masculinity. The identity that deals with responsibility is considered just another normal expression of sexuality. So it's all right. We can do it. That 3, New Age publishing, such as Leading Edge, creator of the Matrix book series, compiled by researcher Vladimir Valerian, released Matrix 5 edition of his series. This is easily the most perverse insult to reason by way of psychopathological New Age bullshit about aliens creating gender in the human race to reconstruct or to construct a slave class. So the best thing for all of us to do is for the men to start fucking the men and the women to start fucking the women to stop the aliens from using our sex to reproduce and create more slaves. The psychopathology of perverse gender concepts have permeated to the very core of all facets of this society. This is why publics, or the public teachers like myself, Dr. Henry Macau, Bobby Hemmett, and all the rest of the old school metaphysicians, and a man that you got to get to know. He's Caucasoid, so is Macau, but they got some serious science because they're coming from a deep Christian situation, but they got part of the science woven into their bullshit. So you got to listen to some of the stuff. I don't say because the white man wrote it. I mean, Bobby, we were talking to y'all about that because the white man wrote it. He got all your shit. What the fuck you talking about? He got all your shit. Where you think he got all that stuff from? I don't want to read him. Well, do you have the book? Until you start reading and writing the books of your own, don't be putting down nothing coming your way. Because remember, the ancestors told us that the devil will put aside everything. He'll bring everything, he'll dig everything up from the earth, and he'll put it up and get it ready for you. That's what all these museums are, for you to get ready to come and take your shit. In fact, to speak of gender perversion in these hostile, depraved, and insane times, truth seekers must approach the subject of homosexuality, feminism, transgender, heterosexuality, men, women, and family relations with an uncharacteristic caution so as not to offend another minority. This is why our dark matter think tank must, from an intellectual level that transcends the reach of this discipline, influence others as we are being influenced in return. Brothers and sisters, we must pierce the veil of bullshit with a sharp and exacting blade of metaphysics. Only the lens of metaphysics is powerful enough to focus the mental clarity necessary to see the truly psychotic nature of the times we live in. to see the problem at its origin, at the molecular, atomic, genetic levels of operation. Beloved, the times are crucial. Perception is degenerating at the same alarming rate as our Perception is degenerating at the same alarming rate as our biochemistries. Let me just say that again. Your perception is being eroded at the same level as your biochemistries. This is why they are attacking you in your food supply. Because it is necessary for you to have a healthy, wholesome, and holistic chemistry in your body to process intelligence into knowledge. If your body is sick and your body is polluted, if your genetics are being perverted by the food that you eat, you cannot transduce and condense the knowledge from the high levels into the knowledge for action. You cannot even access your instincts properly. And this is what we're going to be talking about. The perversion of your prototypical instinct intuition, which will tell you what is right and wrong. That's the first thing that tells you to do something opposite from what you are constructed to do. Any man is looking at the back end of another man and saying, yes, that's love. Your instincts are gone. They are. They're cauterized. They are fried. Your wiring is fried. Talk to one another. We're looking at symbology and the way metaphysicians eke out the knowledge, extract the knowledge by looking at things that don't seem to be in their place and things that seem to be correctly in their place, but you just don't notice it. So as you go back to I am, we now understand that when the Most High said, I am that I am was actually speaking of the principle of both polarities in one. I am that. Hold it right there. I am that. Not pointing at anything, but because it is everything, it has to speak to you in that way. Third person. I am that. Whatever you are witnessing, I'm that. Period. And then I keep being I am. I am that I am. So the words we need to actually decode is I am. If I am is that, then what is that? We're going to get into that. I is male. It's phallic. It's father. It's fecundity. It is vitality. It is virility. It is activity, intuitive instinct, and intent. I can turn the gray sky blue. I can make it rain whenever I wanted to. Now, here's the beauty. Am. I love me some am, yes. I love am. I can't be without am. Am is the process by which the I becomes. Without the am, I don't be. Check? So you look to the am, and what's the am? And you look at am and you see female. You see womb, mother, fertility, incubator, nurturer, passive, instinctive intuition, and consent. So when you're looking at the other side, male, female, phallic, womb, father, mother, fecundity, fertility, vitality, incubative, virility, nurturer, active, passive, intuitive instinct, instinctive intuition. Check. Intent, consent. Yes. See? Do you see what happened? Check. Now, quiet as it's kept. Quiet as it's kept, y'all. When you read, you should get hold of Carlos Castaneda's book, because they tell you in Carlos Castaneda's book that when you speak a truth, the universe punctuates it for you. Check? So shut the door on that one. Enough said. We hear you. So this is not an accident. Man and woman are not accidents. Aliens didn't create us. It's bullshit. That's why we know that Leading Edge was infiltrated. Because the first extraterrestrials and the government cover-up. It got Cooper killed.
I don't need Madison Square Garden for that one.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's all right. We got Madison what? Soul Brothers Garden. Now, understanding that the I am, I want to break a little piece of this down for you. The phrase I am, and I'm doing this as the clinical part of it, or in the Babylonian Chaldean, the word I am is Anu. Anu in the Babylonian Chaldean is Anu, A-N-U. It is actually a cryptic depiction of the gender properties of the omniscient creator. I, or the pillars of Joaquin and Boaz, as in Masonic, or the Tekken, or the obelisk, has always been a symbol of masculinity, a fecundating symbol of fertility. I has always been an occult symbol for the projection of deity's linear creative will, the symbol of intent, precipitation, activation, instigation, and motivation. The glyph am is anagrammic. It is anagrammic. The ancients never utilized vowels in their profane writings. Vowels were used solely for oral interpretation of secret rituals, and therefore were interchangeable according to what influence was being invoked at that time. Therefore, the word am, can you see that? All right. With an interchange, it could be om, im. Where am I? Im, A-E-I, All of these words preceding the symbol of mother. See this? That's the water symbol. That's the first symbol or glyph written after the condensation into matter, because it had just left the realm of the sacred waters of Nun. So it left the womb of Nun. So its first projection, its first memory was that experience. So the first glyph written by so-called human was the M, mother. And remember, Dr. Oyibo said that the universe is waves. Remember? So the A, E, I, O, and U in front of the M were ways to invoke specific powers from the Nun, because each vowel had a specific trigger for energies within the mother. Each vowel was a sperm cell. Each vowel spoken or sung, not spoken, but sung, because all prayers, all rituals were sung back in the days, not spoken. You speak it, it takes away its magic. It is through the intonations of sound that you invoke magic. And you invoke magic through the feminine principle, because all of the forces act within the feminine principle to become manifest. So the A, E, I, O, and U in front of the glyph M was a way of specializing the materials of matter to bring about a specific influence. So, Am was also symbolic of the glyph M, or M, the malleability or flexibility of the masculine I. In other words, which allows to the accommodation of the divine will. So what you got was, and this is why, all right, there we go. I need something wet to get, but you can give me some tissue. I don't want to mess up the board like that. That don't look right, do it? Look kind of nasty. Oh, good, good. You can wet that up for me. Yeah, throw a little
Yeah, thank you. Oh, okay. Wait, no, I don't think that's enough. Oh, yeah, it might be. Yeah, there we go.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, maybe this might work. All right, here we go. Now, how did M come about when the universe was made of waves? You know that once the father principle seated itself within the dynamics of matter, you had a line of waves that was pretty much dealing from this. Now, the further it got away from its source, the further it got away from its source, the more resistance it felt. So from here, you get, as it gets to this point, from here beyond, it starts getting tighter because of the resistance of matter. By the time it gets to a certain level, let's say third density, it's dealing like this. And it's attenuated. So the waves end up dealing from the resistance of matter, and from the resistance of matter do we begin to see the waves themselves beginning to... No, this ain't gonna work. I need water. We're gonna need a sponge. Ah, hell, yeah. Okay. Oh, is that what you're gonna do? Okay. Saturated. All right, let's hear it for the brother. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Now we done got too good with this. Yeah, you're going to give me a little tissue here. That's good. Yeah, that'll work now. That'll work. Yeah, sure you're right. Yeah. All right. So now, when you're watching, as it begins to go into, further into matter, what you have now is a curling back on itself. The attenuation of matter causes the waves to begin to curl backward on themselves. Now, the secret is that there are different kinds of waves in the universe. But the waves have an intrinsic potential because why? In the waves is the I am. The I am is masculine and feminine, but you don't know it until two of them begin to coincide with one another. And as they coincide with one another, they begin to curl back on one another, and then that's what you look up in the sky when you look through the telescopes and you see these things spiraling around like that. You're watching the sexual process of the I am, working to create light, to densify light until you can perceive it. And inside of that little incubator, life comes to being. The Creator begins to manifest and will manifest itself so that it perceives itself within this little incubating chamber. You see it and call it a galaxy. It's a nursery. Check? So that's what's happening. A nursery for consciousness. And when you're looking at it and you see it through the visual, you're looking at symbols, you're looking at a language, you're looking at an orgy going on. You're looking at the Creator and the creatrix loving one another. Your voyeurism. You're watching love making going on, cosmic love making, going on in the highest principles. So, knowing that, you understand that fertility, intent, and consent are actually energy dynamics. It's not a particular personality until it reaches you. The dynamics of male and female are not accidental. The needs and the abilities of a female versus the needs and the ability of the male are not accidental. They are set in stone. Now, you can try to change it to create an agenda, but then that's what we're going to be studying. I'd like to introduce another point. The 7 hermetic principles of existence. The master teacher and sage, Jehudi Osa, a.k.a. Hermes Trismegistus, revealed in an ancient book called the Kabbalion that all is mind. All is mind. Now that's deep. All is mind. Well, what I decided to do was to break down, after we broke it down, to show you that the 7 hermetic principles of existence are mentalism correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm, cause and effect, and gender. Gender is the last principle. Why is gender the last principle? Because everything that precedes it becomes inherent to what the manifesting I am becomes as it manifests. Period. The I am principle, the seventh, and they said the seventh day it rested. Yes, it rested. It rested based upon what it wanted to manifest and will manifest in gender. Everything that the Most High creates, it creates in order to come to this point of manifestation. Because if it could just be by itself and just be one with itself, and what's the point? You begin to ask the Most High, well, what the fuck are you doing? You're just sitting up there doing nothing. And that's what Lucifer said. You ain't doing shit. Well, look at all this power. Look at what you crying and saying, well, I don't know. I am that I am. I am that I am. Lucifer says, hey, well, give me some shit. I'll show you who you are. So Lucifer left that. Lucifer rebelled against the I am that I am, which means static, which means ain't going nowhere, to I am that will be. Without Lucifer, there ain't no being. And they teach you to be hating on Lucifer because you don't know shit about Lucifer. And they show you him dark. That should give you a clue. So what do? I made a little glyph right here for you, and it touches upon the meat of today's lecture, the cosmic distillation of gender. How does gender come? Unknowable. There's a place that you ain't gonna know, period, because you ain't God. You may participate around it. You may know the Father through the Son, but you'll never know the Father. You will know the Mother, because the Mother will express everything that the Father inspires her to be. He is the motivator. He is the precipitator. She is the supporter. You go from unknowable to consciousness. The unknowable exists in a state of total consciousness within itself. There is no consciousness outside of it until it retracts from itself. This is Kabbalah here. You can't go outside Creator. You can't step out and say, oh, that's what it is. The only way for you to perceive of the Creator is if the Creator itself contracts upon itself. And that's what we talk about, the 1/10. The Creator, it has been found, contracted upon itself by 1/10. And it is within that 1/10 that we see all infinity. Just imagine the universe has retracted 1/10 and we could never touch its boundaries. Just imagine what the other 90% is like. You could only perceive of it. You could only just witness to it. You can't be that because that's the Creator. And all these people say, okay, go back, say Om, and you will reach that. No, bullshit. You ain't going to do it. You may find peace within this by bringing equilibrium to the physical body, but you cannot be the Creator. You are the Creator, a reflection thereof. Thus, you reflect the Creator's actions by how you perceive of it within you, but you're not the Creator. You're God, but you're not God. You're not the God. Okay. You go from consciousness to mind. And mind gives birth to the I am because it wouldn't know that I am unless it had a mind. And the mind now precipitates I am. And as the I am goes forward from itself, carrying all the potential and all the principles therein, it now breaks down into wave particle, yin yang, electric magnetic, male female, man woman, husband wife, prototypical family. Therefore, as true metaphysicians of the dark matter think tank temple, we must begin by envisioning mind as the active passive veneer of an unknowable reality. wherein and whereupon the active receptive aspect of a tangible first-person sensation is experienced by God, who in turn allows itself to witness itself through sensations that define itself as the I am that I am. I don't know where I was when I wrote it, so I'm going to repeat it. Listen carefully. A true metaphysician of the dark matter think tank. We must begin by envisioning mind as the active-passive veneer. You know what a veneer is? Something that covers it. Like you ever take wood and you just put like a little coating over it? That's a veneer. Now think about the fact that mind is the active-passive veneer of an unknowable reality, wherein and whereupon the active receptive aspects of the tangible first-person sensation is experienced by God. In other words, within that veneer that covers the unknowable reality, that is where the first-person sensation, that is where the first-person sensation of God is felt. God cannot know itself unless it creates something to separate itself. That veneer of experience is what we are participating in. That is what the I am that I am is. In the recognition of itself, now, what am I doing? Saying, well, damn, you're getting all the way out just to talk about men and women. Yes. Because everybody is playing like, you know, this is all accident. Do this, let's just go ahead crazy. Is Caligula in the house? Let's go. We're bugging. If we don't deal with the science to understand why we are motivated to be this way and what it is that we're doing wrong from this level, then you won't be able to withstand the arguments that they're coming at you with, because they sound very intelligent when they talk shit to you. So, in the recognition of itself by way of faculties related to itself, it awakened sensation and thus created the realm of experience. Through involvement with itself by way of sensation and experience, the spark was lit. The quote-unquote experience of deity became the spark that triggered the motion or movement away from its core self-involvement to its surface of sensation as self-involvement, thus creating the rudiments of external polarity dynamics. Involvement is male, evolvement is female. The rudimentary energies of gender began to flow and seek shape. This dynamic movement of the I am triggered outward motions of the quintessential attributes of deity in the form of waves, as Dr. Oyibo put it. The semi-chaotic interaction of these wave patterns, as we showed before, causes their dual attributes to intertwine, which triggers a slowing of the waves the further away from the center they travel. This slowly begins to cause circular forms to take shape. They intertwine and curl backward onto themselves, creating vortices of incalculable power, oriented into circular shapes as those represented by the Mayan Masonic G or the Shang dynasty with the symbol of the yin and the yang. The yin and the yang symbol depicts the coalescing of cosmic forces within a self-contained vortex or circuit where the byproduct became a further refinement of omniscient mind as we witness electromagnetism. Electromagnetism represents the etheric precursor material of the elemental duality of deity within the circuitry of ever-densifying matter. Now, you're going to have to rewind this to see what I'm saying. But it's all right, because this is how we do tomorrow speak. This is tomorrow speak. This is not your regular, Jack fell down and broke his ass. We out of that. We're taking it up so that your perception now is being shaken. You're in a stupor and somebody is humming the same bullshit in your ears and you're just dulling away. Now I'm going to speak something that's like, what the fuck did that shit? What was that? What? Shake you up. So now, EM, or electromagnetism, stabilizes to become the etheric soil into which is seated the intent that organizes the subtle materials of molecular atomic intelligence, to bring forth the crown of material existence, the temple not made with tool or hand, the temple of man as male and female. Now, man means what? Male, mother, father, son. It's the reverse. Through the invisible, the mother and the father being represented in between, because he's the part in between the two. That's why they only show you the mother and the son. But he always said, where's the father at? The father's in there as an intrinsic principle, not an overt principle, as an intrinsic principle. The equation of the male and the female frequencies further specified to become specialized as man and woman, then husband and wife, then family. And thus we see, in a crude way, how the unknowable of the highest heights condenses or contracts to become tangible and perceivable in the manifested experience called family. And the purest distillation of that which is perceived as the I am mind is crystallized in its final stages as the Hermetic principle of gender. Now, polarity. Well, these are all the precursors before we get to the meat. You have to know all of your basics. All of your basics.
All right, I'm getting too hot.
Everybody all right? You better be all right. A little hot, open up the door. I dug this up from an old dictionary, 1939. Now that's going back. That's back when you had the original meanings, not the crap that they're putting into the stuff today. It's the old meanings that got the deepest meanings. You're being diseducated. So when you see polarity, circa 1939, it says the inherent disposition of a body or an elementary molecule to place its mathematical axis in a particular direction. In other words, polarity is an orientation on the molecular level. So when we start studying gender, which is a molecular property, a molecular atomic property, that is the anchoring point for the I am. You see that polarity works not to try to stranglehold you by your neck to do this or that. Polarity is a molecular action. Polarity is a molecular action. So, the inherent disposition of a body or an elementary molecule to place its mathematical axis in a particular direction. The disposition of propensity of a body to exhibit opposite or contrasted properties or powers in opposite or contrasted directions. Simply means that certain orientations have the propensity to move according to how the energies are being displaced, so that they can actually try to become or fall back to a form of equilibrium. If you twist the energy, if there's an energy working to keep something still, if it moves, those things begin to try to orient themselves in relationship to themselves to bring itself back to that orientation of equilibrium. That's what that means. And then at the bottom, my favorite, because it starts with the word specifically, which means all the other shit don't mean nothing. Specifically, the existence of 2 points. 2 points, not one. 2 points called poles, possessing contrary tendencies as attraction, centripetal, and repulsion, centrifugal, at opposite ends of a magnet. Now you can take the word magnet out. Opposite ends of deity. So sex, gender, is not an accident. A dick is not an accident. Neither is the pussy. Now, am I getting raw? Yeah. Raw. Rip it off. You can't keep playing games. Somebody called me back. Oh man, they had. I was listening. Somebody called me up and told me, man, they're having a whole web chat on you. I said, these people ain't got nothing better to do. They were saying like, oh man, he cussed too much. And then one brother got up there and said, listen, are you listening to what the brother's saying? Because somebody was reading it off to me. I said, yeah, he said, you know, if you're listening because your Christian mind is dealing with listening for what you think truth is, are you trying to mine? He says, when you go in there for gold, do you get dirty or you go in there with your suit on? You know? I'm digging for the gold. I'm using my hands. I'm burrowing in the dirt. So I'm going to come up with my nails all filthy. I'm going to come up with a few dicks and pussies and fuck yous. Like you ain't never heard it before. Specifically, the existence of 2 points. 2 points. That's the beauty of it. 2 points. Now, creation is the supreme magic. Do you hear me? Creation is the supreme magic. All is mind. All forces, once expressed by the compelling will of the I Am, must exist in a medium of fluctuation and equilibrium. Now, here's the other part of it. You've got to understand what I'm about to say. All forces, once expressed by the compelling will of the I Am, must exist in a medium of fluctuation and equilibrium. A pendulum of equilibrium. There are components placed there so that when it reaches its final destination as gender, these components become the instincts necessary for the body to become familiar with in order to create equilibrium in the duality that was created. Check? So now you see fire and air are masculine and water and earth are feminine. Even when the two break down into 2 more, we still have 2 or 4 components that are balancing one another. Again, when they argue that there's no such thing as gender, this is the Communist Manifesto. The Communist Manifesto that states that the family is the first institution of slavery. This is what they say. And that a woman's duty as mother is her first duty as a slave. This is what keeps her in bondage and keeps her from being free, a mother. So what they did was they created daycares to take the mother away from the child. And we're going to show you that. So as you break down, as it breaks down into the 2, there is still a component within that remains there which causes the breakdown into the 4 polarities or the elementals of manifestation. Now, thus, the concentration and attenuation of the flowing waves of omniscient mind form concentric circles of incubating intent that eventually creates the vertical line bisecting the circles into 2 halves, as we've shown. The vertical line represents the manifestation of the expressed atum, or the one. That is the one. Remember the one we spoke about when Dr. Ayibo was here? They said that everything is one. In fact, the hydrogen molecule is essentially the only molecule there is. It is the only element. All other elements are interplays of different hydrogen molecules to create helium and all the rest of these in the periodical table. There is no periodical table. That is an illusion based upon perception. It is all one thing acting as 109 things. Or 108 things, which brings it back to 9. It is not, there is no periodical table, and this is why they are keeping him from teaching us. It's bringing back the God science. So the vertical line represents the manifestation of the expressed atum. The I, manifesting within the womb vortex of the Am, because this be the Am, to form the immaculate conception and the virgin birth of the one, the atum, the atom. And here you have, in this very schematic that we gave you, with the yin-yang, you have your electron and your proton spiraling at a specific distance from a core that does not exist. That core that scientists cannot decipher, when they say that that's the atom and it's spinning around something we don't even know what the fuck it is, and we just know that we can identify that something is there based upon the fact that there is a force existing that's keeping these things spinning at that proximity. That is the masculine intent. These two principles are what is spinning at a specific frequency to attract these elementals into the components of the intent to bring about manifestation. You ain't gonna learn that shit in physics. So when you see principles of existence, when you see these symbols, your ancestors were some bad motherfuckers. And fatherfuckers too. That's from the sister's side. We are looking at the components of yin and yang, the components of gender that is missing, the knowledge missing, the knowledge base that's missing, so that we can actually conduct a logical and reasonable argument against what we are being onslaughted with. Okay? So, I plus O. These are the first symbols formed by the original disturbance of cosmic equilibrium. This is the number 10, which is nothing more than the number 1, because the first, the actual, when you want to depict 1, you do it this way. So when you depict 1, you always have the creator first. The creator precedes the 1. Inside of this circle is all potential. This dot stretches to represent the vortex of manifestation, which then creates the 1. 1 is not a number. So to say, well, that's the number 1, no such animal exists. To say number is to speak plural. Number 1 was the symbol of unity as expressed by the all, unmanifested deity. Number 2 was the first number, which essentially represented these two halves. So after you write all the numbers, you come right back around to this, which is nothing more than a reflection of this, completion. Anything else is a repeat. And thus, the atom, or the atom, the hydrogen atom, is simply this 1 expressing itself as 10 different things. And the 10 different things expressing itself as 100 different things. And 100 different things expressing itself as 1,000 different things. Each time you add a 0, you add another component of deity as it goes deeper and deeper and deeper into matter. The more you add on, the more fragmented you become. That's why people who get rich forget all about deity. And they go after all these little trinkets and shit. They want more power and greed. That's why these are some spiritless bastards who's running the world today. They want it all. They want to keep adding fucking zeros to their counts constantly. That's satanic. That's not Luciferian. They want to mix the two. That's using the light to create images of illusion like they do in Hollywood. So, metaphysically, the spiraling of the circle completes 7 tiers. Now that's even deeper, because as you turn this on its side to create the spiral within the circle, in the cosmic egg, there are 7 spirals to each form of manifestation. That's why they talk about the 7th day there being a rest. 7 spirals make up the quantumized form of the relativity. In other words, quantum is particles, relative is wave. So when the relative becomes quantumized, it takes on 7 tiers. That's Jacob's ladder. Thus, from unknowable reality, gender is ultimately the resting place of the I am that I am. We got all this down? Yeah. I am what I am, and that's all what I am. Yeah. And they're talking about one. And what did he see? He never looked with two eyes. He always looked with one eye. Popeye was definitely using his pineal constantly. In the sacred sciences and sacred geometry, the primary act of creative force is the division of the circle into equal parts. May I have some more tissues, please? One negative and one positive to establish the innate qualities of gender. And it is at this particular time that the principle of law appears. Good thanks. As I have said earlier, that the act of creation, that in the act of creation, equilibrium is destroyed. Ah, yes, even better. Thank you very much. Again, what we call law, thank you, is merely the rules of a specific activity that automatically appears to describe or define the parameters of cosmic intent. The bisection of the atom or unit creates duality. That is the primary byproduct of the creative act. Duality is the end product of equilibrium disturbed. Let me say that again. Duality is the end product of ultimate equilibrium disturbed. Observance and obedience to the rules of cosmic life. So in order to do what it needed to do, it had to separate absolute darkness from absolute light. And in that did it contract from itself to see itself. To know itself, it had to disown itself. In that contraction from itself, did it create a state of ignorance within itself. In fact, the contraction upon itself expressed the internal ignorance that is the all-knowing. To know all is to be totally ignorant of anything of the self. To be all has its polarity. Even the Creator as the all has a polarity to itself, and that polarity is ignorance of itself. Even in its being, it does not know itself. So to do that, it had to contract from itself and express that ignorance as laws within polarity. And that's why male and female is about the task of finding the Creator in each other. Because that's the ultimate school. The Creator created for itself was man and woman, man. So that the Creator may know itself as it looks upon itself. And to disown this, to say that this is irrelevant, is not only blasphemous, it's psychotic. Are we heavy enough for you? We got to get heavy today. The time is right now, and I know that the COINTELPRO is in here. Take this shit back to you, masters. Tell them what you learned in here. Probably got mics all up in this motherfucker here. Listen well. The end is nigh. The illusion is breaking down. The Creator knows what's necessary for itself, even if we don't. And we are players in the game. I'll be a puppet, but I'm going to know who my master is. And I'm going to make sure that I definitely know my master ain't another man or another woman. My master's within here. And if I seek to know thyself, I know my master. That's why it ain't no Jesus gonna be your master. As soon as they show you a motherfucker getting his ass whipped for 2.5 hours, what kind of master is that? That's some masochistic shit. They had people pass. One woman died in there. Some dumbass woman comes out of here, and she's over there crying. Right, she comes walking out, got two people holding on to her. Oh, my Jesus, what you did for me. Oh, my God, I'm so thankful. And you should see, the motherfuckers that's out there from E and the rest of them wanting to see how the niggas is going to act. They got the microphone under her mouth as she's going up. They're trying to follow her around as she's testifying. Because she just watched a white man get his ass whipped for 2 hours, and she's sorry. That's that massa is we sick syndrome shit again. Why you gonna call me racist for seeing that shit? You really worried about that white man getting his ass whipped? You really believe Jesus got his ass whipped for you? 500 years! They've been telling you the same bullshit story. You been saved yet? Dumb motherfuckers. Anyway, I'm sorry. I just had it. I had a testosterone attack, like your brother said. So, polarity appears due to the natural conduct of the two halves as they struggle to reunite and reform the original unitary whole. Polarity is the most potent of universal energies of all. It is the law of laws. And all of the laws that you see come from the activity of polarity. And it is why the Master Hermes placed it as central of the 7 principles. He put it central of the 7 principles. He stuck it right there. Everything above, mentalism corresponding to vibration, is rhythm in the cause of an effect that creates gender. Now, right after polarity, you see the symbol of rhythm, which is feminine. Women are the ones who rule rhythm. Choirs is kept because they're the ones who keep the clock. Their ovulating cycles are clocks. They clock them. You can clock the moon by a woman. So she got the rhythm. That's why when the baby is in the womb and he can play the music and mama's, dancing with her big belly by the, what do you call it? He in that water jumping around, like that water ballet. He in there backstroking, feeling her rhythm. So polarity sits dead center of the 7. So as we come to this second half, I'm going to finish off what I'm saying here. Metaphysically, polarity is the dynamics of involution and evolution. There is no evolution without involution. In all the manifestation of force and matter, there is but one great law, and that is polarity. Polarity, involution, and evolution was symbolized by this glyph. That is our original symbol, ripped off. Now, to make it clear, I'm going to go over this because we're going to take a break in a minute. But I'm going to say this because I got to do my first half so that you can understand and understand the second half. Creation is a cosmic disturbance of equilibrium. I want that said there. I want that in there. Creation is a cosmic disturbance of equilibrium. That has to be known. All of the stated hermetic principles of existence emanate from the I am. All the diversity we witness is but a condition of vibratory degrees based on attenuation, condensation, and solidification as we descend deeper into the realms of matter. Now listen carefully. Here is the most profound of metaphysical truths concerning the origins of gender and why the current state of homosexual chaos in our species has to be considered a pathological expression of cosmic law. Built into our molecular atomic blueprint, there is the I am anchoring the dual aspects of gender through the cosmic principle of polarity. The I, or the dot, becomes the fixed point that bisects the solidifying spiral as the am provides the substance. The am is the anchor, the circle or the am provides the substance. The I becomes the fulcrum that fixes the activity of both halves, which allows for the material manifestation of the unique chemical and physiological designs representing the masculine and feminine qualities of each bisected half. The I would not or would act as the point of reference for equilibrium so that both would act within the context of their design. Now, the I is the fixer of equilibrium, which is why the I, being the masculine, being out of the home or being dislocated from his place, causes chaos. This internal barometer of knowing, responding, thinking, and behaving in the manner best suited to the gender design is the faculty of your I as archetypal instinct and intuition. Each gender has an internal behavioral barometer that automatically compels the body to operate in a manner that maintains its overall health. Listen carefully. The quality and integrity of each gender is directly related to the stability of external forces and how the body adapts to those external forces. If these forces act to overwhelm the foundational components of balance directly related to the I am anchor, the chemistries related to the biological system created to maintain the components of instinct, intuition, and equilibrium are crippled. These external forces that can cripple the delicate balance that affects the proper functioning of gender can take the form of a massive environmental trauma, pollution of the foundational elements of air, water, and earth, continuous stress, psychological and physiological, but most especially pollution of the food chain. Our environment today is super stressed by artificially manufactured conditions such as noise pollution, air pollution, electronic pollution, water pollution, and food pollution. Our emotions are taxed to the limit, constantly orchestrated by the mischief of the parasitic elite, all to sow discord and confusion, to create dysfunction in that prototypical unit of nature called the family. Beloved, when the chemistries of the body become stressed and polluted, the innate faculties of intuition and instinct cannot function at peak capacity to alert the organism of behaviorisms and conditions that would have been deemed detrimental to its overall well-being. Gender integrity is maintained by the proper and integrous functioning of the body's endocrine system. This is important. Gender integrity, let me say it again, is maintained by the proper and integrous functioning of the body's endocrine system. The cosmic principle called man, as a physical being, is what his or her glands make them, and his glands function as a result of the health of the nervous system. All organs and glands in the systems of the body are subsidiaries of the nervous system, through which the astral light manifests the higher states of consciousness, vitality, mind, and intelligence. Astral light condenses to become your nervous system, because astral light carries the components of polarity. And within the design, does it create specific fixed chemistries in order to maintain the equilibrium that the I am needs to strike here in reality. In my 35 years or 30 years of studying metaphysics, I have come to discover that the study of metaphysics is based upon the evidence of things unseen. We can't see light waves, but as they are transformed into nerve impulses, We can interpret them. We get the evidence of their existence through the objects that they are actually invested in. And we say we see this or that. But what we think we see, all in all, is an illusion, however. Because what we really see is a mental impression of the nerve impulses created by the waves animating the object. And this is how we are able to tell whether what we see and feel are in balance. If the endocrine system is damaged, the light waves that are transformed exhibit themselves through the nervous system as dysfunctional behavior, atypical of the design that is representative of that gender. There are recognizable behaviorisms directly linked to the modus operandi of each gender that the anchored barometer of archetypal gender expresses. The male or the masculine has recognizable imprinted behaviorisms directly linked to the proper functioning of light wave nerve impulses. The feminine has recognizable imprints and behaviorisms directly linked to the proper functioning of light wave nerve impulses. In effect, human beings are supposed to have the highest, most evolved brain and nervous system that exalts us above the animals all the way up to the angelic plane. But the evidence of man's higher instincts cannot be seen today. Man, the so-called superior being of the earthly planes, is a cosmic project in a rapid state of decline. This erosion of consciousness awareness in the physical I am template is due to a long process of degeneration, to the point where only a scattered few of us occasionally exhibit a degree of intelligence above the level of brainwashed, mind-fucked multitudes, who by comparison behave as cattle led to the meat packer. I'm almost done with this half. I got to finish it. There are 25 organs of the body which secrete refined and enhanced substances necessary for the conservation of its internal equilibrium. Out of these 25, 10 are considered the cardinal glands. Metaphysically, these 10 cardinal glands are depicted as the 10 Sephiroth. To manipulate the very bedrock of human response, they know how to directly manipulate and affect the harmonious operation of instinct by way of applied microchemical injections and electrochemical stimulators in conjunction with sexual steroids. Steroids are one of the chemicals that are used along with selective minute electrical shocks to trigger responses in instinctive behavior. The chemicals are placed at a point in the brain where they will cause the brain to send an electrical signal to trigger an instinctive behavior. They have synthesized the brain chemicals of insane humans and animals to make instinct manipulating drugs and food chemicals, which they have seeded in the air, water, and food supply. A huge catalog of the brain's chemicals have been gathered since Nazi Germany, and virtually all have been reproduced in the lab. And get this, the rate that the brain releases these neurotransmitters or neurodisruptors can now be directly and indirectly manipulated or changed by drugs or frequency-based weapons. The Illuminati now possess the technology to tailor-make moods, emotions, and adverse sexual behaviorisms by broadcasting signals through televisions, cell phone towers, radios, and movie screens. Beloved brothers and sisters, the divine faculty called instinct and intuition is that which allows the higher spiritual qualities in man to act from a direct communication with the original I am. Instinct intuition allows us to find and maintain a fixed point of reference from which to view our actions of the world as an illusion. Review it now. We're going to review it from part 1. Now, instinct, they're going to tell you, is something that's a learned behavior. But there's an instinct that is higher I'm talking about, not the one that you learned from your mom. Don't step off in the middle of the block, look both ways, or else you're going to get hit by a car. That's something that's based upon learned instinct that comes from you, your physical body instinct. I'm talking about the spiritual instincts that you have. The one that transcends the physical instinct or helps the physical instinct to develop. Now, review before we go to break. Before we begin part 2 of this evening's lessons, we'll review of metaphysics and cosmic distillation of gender once again. Brothers and sisters, universal intelligence operates its will from its own center to manifest creation. In doing so, it disturbs its own equilibrium And through this disturbance of this equilibrium, does it express itself through formulated laws. Cosmic, quote-unquote, law is the outward expression of the inner equilibrium that is defined in Kabbalah as the still point of unmanifested deity. This point, depicted by the circle and the dot, vibrates at a speed so intense that it appears still, but is actually vibrating at a speed between being and non-being. It is what I refer to in the title of one of my books as the velocity of being. Now, as the Creator's will expresses itself into ever slower rates of vibration and frequencies of being, it propagates its stillness or equilibrium into these lower realms as the conventional laws of nature and creation. So, as Creator vibrates itself deeper into reality, it propagates that equilibrium by expressing that equilibrium as the laws of nature. So, the so-called laws are the way the creative will provides equilibrium for the created. The design of each created thing or creature is directly linked to how the organism will behave to express that equilibrium. Thus, each created thing is linked to the polarity of equilibrium through its expression as a principle of gender. Now, the universal laws of gender represent the equilibrium of the I am as it materializes into the dual polarities of its being in third-dimensional constructs of creation. Now, are you saying, did I copy this? No, I wrote this. I haven't slept in 2 days. Queen can attest. I can't sleep sometimes when I'm in a creative place. It won't allow me to sleep. Right now, I'm looking at y'all, and y'all are this wash of human, beautiful faces. When I go home, I will probably collapse on the floor right before the bed and have to be dragged into it. But this is what it does to you once you become fixed by the I am. The centralized law governing gender, guiding gender, managing and maintaining the hermetic principle of gender, is interpreted and subconsciously articulated within the organism by way of the molecular atomic activity of instinct. The cellular structures of the body and the neurological structures of the body must be healthy for the proper interpretation of these higher instincts and intuition. For it is the cells that learn to recognize the subtle messages of higher instinct and translate them into your behavior. George Silos, in his book, which is an excellent book, it's called Dear Brothers and Sisters. Very rare book. Simple book. Powerful book. White boy wrote it. But heavy. Heavy. He said, the gender principle is at work within each person, and each person has access to all the attributes of both genders. However, the nature of our bodies determine which attributes enable it to best function in harmony. In other words, what he's saying is design denotes function. Design denotes function. Design denotes function. Sister, these beautiful titties you have here are not for you to slam against the ground in football helmets and football pads, or to try to catch a ball coming over a net playing volleyball, or to be boxed and hit in your chest. These breasts were soft for a reason. They're not metal plated. They're not muscle in tune like ours is. And a woman like that, she gonna feel it there. It's supposed to be soft. Your voice is supposed to be soft. Your voice is at a higher register for a reason. For a reason. Everything about you is set in cosmic stone. And to try to circumvent those laws, you will suffer. And as I close out, to truly understand the cosmic principle of gender, its true function, the reasons why it was created, how it was created, what it means when its equilibrium is lost within polarity and its functions are perverted, how these perversions finally express themselves as the feelings, motivations, and behaviorisms in the organism called man, we must understand that the male and female biology of man is not a design of chance. We are designed to express and manifest the varying degrees of cosmically fixed principles and activities that find their expression through our biphenomenal designs. Sex is the biphenomenal design of the I am through the principles of gender and polarity. Sex is the biphenomenal design of the I am through the principles of gender and polarity. To assure that the body is operating or functioning in polar equilibrium, the I am, will, and intent imprints or downloads the principles of its own equilibrium into our molecular atomic genetic germplasm matrix, which then vibrates to the surface awareness as the intuitional principle called instinct. End of part 1.
Warrior queens that used to stand side by side together with us gods, us warrior kings fighting together, struggling together, building together, elevating together. Listen, together, to gather the vibration of unity, unity between Earth's most powerful entities, so powerful that we're being separated by the enemy. Two melanated entities that causes nuclear explosions every time black love is elevated. And that's the real reason why condoms was created. You see, where are our goddesses, our warrior queens that used to tap into our oracle wisdom, tapping in to let us know who, what, why, and where the enemy creeps. And while they sleep, we will slit their throats. She used to invoke the spirit of Shango before the war, smearing frankincense on our chests. And after our victory, she invoked Oshun, causing love to manifest. And together, we represented the female and male principle of the cosmic mother and father together. Together, we moved in variables and equations that mathematicians couldn't solve. And when we exhaled, the earth revolved around the sun. Together, we are revolution evolved. Evolving sons into men, then into gods. Evolving daughters into woman, then into goddesses. Together we exhaled and the earth revolved around the sun. And we did this shit together. So, what happened? What changed? Did our warrior queens and mother goddesses give up? Did they give up the fights and struggles for our liberation? Did our women give up on us warrior kings and gods? Or has the enemy slipped through our defenses and crept through your minds, black women? Has the enemy got you under their payroll?
Yeah.
Did soap operas subconsciously teach you how to treat us black women? Did the system program you to live without us black women? Did the corporate world give you a false sense of identity? So false that you're building someone else's empire, black woman? Did the protector and providers allow these invasions of the super egos, or did we ego trip? Too much, too long, that now we find you behind us instead of side by side. Beside us, black woman? Should the warrior kings take the blame for the destruction of our unity as a strong black family? Did we let our guards down, giving the enemy access into your heavenly microcosmic universe, containing multi-virgins, multi-dimensions of forever? Is it the mind and manipulation control that got us subconsciously destroying the black family structure? Are we to blame, black woman? Should we keep pointing fingers, or should we both take the blame together? Go through healing together, heal hidden wounds together, and then we can plot on the enemy together, kill the enemy together, taste sweet victory together. I'm talking about 4 or 5 course meals of victory with extra cheese. Then we can triple dip ice cream in the purest of chocolate and overdose ourselves in victory's sweet embrace, just so we can say, victory is sweet together.
All right. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Put them on.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right, give that black man another hand, please. Brother Jimmy. He's an ethno-herbalist. And whoever has this report on the death of Khalid Muhammad, turn to page 9 sometime tonight or whatever and read that. He's going to be dealing with a drug called ricin. It's a plant from the castor oil plant, if I'm correct. Ricin. He's going to break that down and give you some more information that might help you in the future. Please, Brother Jimmy.
Hotel brothers and sisters, I'm not going to be before you long. I just have...
Talk up, please, sir.
I have some very important information. In my job, since I was the age of 7 years old, was to help heal our people. My grandmother is Native American from the Hunkpapa, Blackfoot, Cherokee tribes. We're from South Carolina. Her father was from Ghana, West Africa. So I'm trained since the age of 7 in the employment of natural compounds for healing. So I'm a healer. Curandero, Debia, root man, witch doctor, whatever you want to call me.
Break it down.
I'm an ethno-herbalist. That means I deal with the healing of our people. One of the compounds that we use in healing, which is also is a derivative from the castor plant. You get some handouts. The castor plant is extremely poisonous. The root is poisonous. The entire plant, the leaves, the seeds, is extremely poisonous. But someone who's trained in the use of this plant can also heal. Anything that can heal you can also harm you, right, if it's in the hands of the wrong person. Right now, this is in the hands of the United States government.
Break it down.
They are creating a biological weapon that they can use in Fort Detrick, Maryland. That's where they developed the weapons. They are developing a weapon from ricin communis, which is the scientific name for the castor plant.
Equilibrium, a pendulum of activity defined as polarity. Fluctuation and equilibrium equals polarity. An extremely ancient symbol of polarity, other than the yin and the yang, was this. Not really. Egg. Cell. Exactly. Now, the ancient symbolism is a sublime veneer. Remember, ancient symbolism is a sublime veneer for occult knowledge. The dot and the circle are also the symbols of I am. It is also the sigil for gender. Masculine, feminine. One. Now, when creation comes about, I'm going to give you a little secret about creation. As creation comes about to create, and I told you how it comes into this circle, and they intertwine to become the circle, as the circle tightens, it begins to do something very interesting. It begins to cleave itself into half. And it creates a vortex right here. Now, what you're doing is looking at the vortex from the top, from the still point. This is actually, on its side, cut in half. The same way, when fertilization takes place, that the egg immediately divides. There is no accident. The bullshit that the feminist is telling you, that gay is the way, that you need emancipation, and I've found that I can't get a feminist to debate me for love nor money. I can't get doctors on the AIDS issue to come sit with me because they think I'm crazy or they just ain't got it. and I can't get a feminist. You get one for me? Lord knows, she likes punishment, you know. The idea is that their argument completely breaks down when you get to this level. When you get to this level. So this is the dark matter think tank. This is the argument. See, a lot of times, the problem during the early 90s was the brothers didn't understand that the women were being given ammunition based upon bullshit information that could not be verified. So when the sisters were coming forward with their arguments of why emancipation was a necessary component for their liberation, and why they needed to be equal in order to survive in a male-dominated society, quote-unquote, the brothers didn't have nothing to say. The arguments were coming like this because the mouth was being filled with the bullshit that the feminists was giving to them. The problem was I was giving the brothers the shit to say. And the arguments began changing because the sisters could not deal from this level. I'm not talking about the sisters themselves because they were always open once they got to the information, once they were shown. I'm talking about the ones who said, fuck it, fuck men. They can't argue past a specific point. They can only give you what they have learned of the feminist information that's been given to them in colleges to study and to disseminate. Computer-minded, not abstract thinkers. Big difference. And that's the problem, see? This is not a limitation for the woman. It's just that when she takes that mind and operates in a field of endeavor outside of what that is supposed to do to enhance us as a couple, then she's falling into mind. She's walking a mind road. Because as an abstract thinker, I'm going to kick your ass. I don't care how much man you got in you. That's who I am. I could never feel what you feeling from where you were coming from. You got dates in your head like, what? How did you remember that? That I said, well, no, because it's calculated. You need to have that in there because you're raising children. You got to know where you left the child. There are things that you can do that I wouldn't even, I just sit back and marvel at you. That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm marveling at the other half of myself. I don't have to become you to marvel. I don't need to do all this bullshit and dress up and do all that shit to find my female side. Fuck that. I found my female side. And it ain't here. I'm sorry. I kind of get carried away. The dot in the circle is male, fixed, centered, and anchored to the unknowable eye. The circle expresses the womb, the breasts, and the egg. It expresses the latent but infinite potential for all things to be. Yet it is based in the deepest silence of quiescent equilibrium. But within the template of this sigil, beloved, the occult symbolism of equilibrium. Check this out. Now, this is the deepest of science. Listen carefully. Within this particular circle, within this particular sigil, within this representation of deity, there is no operation of law. No law exists. There is no law. Now sit with that for a minute. Within this construct of deity is complete equilibrium. This is a profound occult truth. Now listen, this is the abstract thinking that the dark matter scientists must take out to the world if you're going to negate and checkmate this feminist bullshit. Inside of this equation, where male and female are balanced and there is equilibrium, there is no law. In the realm of deity, there is no law before active or creative action. There is no law before creative action. Law does not exist. Let me say this again. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can put it up there for you. Let me just put it up there for you so that... yeah, this is down-home shit, you know. Y'all go come to, you know, the Queen's thing. She's got PowerPoint. She's going to dazzle y'all with PowerPoint. Click and incredible, what do you call it? It's going to turn y'all out with that one.
Still, no law means no chaos.
No chaos. Well, chaos in stasis.
Okay.
Understand. Wait a minute. Listen carefully now. This is the basis for it all. The cosmic law of equilibrium states that there is no law, and I put the word in brackets law because that is an abstract perception. What is law? Law is simply the workings of equilibrium and disturbance to try to bring itself back into balance. So when you destabilize that circle with the dot, there are certain intrinsic things within that sigil that become external. And you learn what components are involved inside of that one thing by watching how the operation of law takes place to balance itself. So when you disturb equilibrium, especially cosmic equilibrium, specific laws are thrown into all of what it is you disturb. And as you are seeing this law, are you seeing the efforts of creation to try to bring itself to equilibrium? There are certain cycles of activity within that continue to be in order to bring equilibrium back, and that's what we call law. Now that's the deep part about it. Listen carefully. There is no law before creative action. Law does not exist within parameters defined by equilibrium. Therefore, wherever there is equilibrium, there is no law. Now remember that when we get down to the point when we start talking about men and women. Listen carefully now. Law does not exist within parameters defined by equilibrium. That's some deep shit. You want to know why you got 10,000 motherfuckers? There's no equilibrium. Women want to be men. Men want to be fucked in the ass. No equilibrium. So they got all kind of laws. That's the secret. Now they got to write laws to get you to act right. It's like, don't do this shit. Like the Pope had to write a whole encyclical to these motherfuckers. Stop fucking the sheep.
That's right. That's right.
Pass it down to the rest of the priests. Down to the rest of the priests. Don't fuck the sheep. No equilibrium. Secret. Whenever a society loses its instincts, they write laws. When the Caucasoid came upon our civilization, we had the laws of Ma'at. The laws of Ma'at were not what to do. The laws of Ma'at were to teach you how to act within the expressed laws of equilibrium. Not have I done this. Always in the negative, because remember, all creation is negative. Hello. Somebody. All creation is negative. That's why the ancestors taught you that creation is negation. Because the ancestors knew that for reality to be, the Most High had to contract upon itself. It had to negate itself in order to be. Check. And that's when the female principle came to be. That's the secret of the 10% of deity and Eve being created from a rib of Adam. All creation is negation. So everything is in the negative. Everything is actually feminine. Everything that we touch in is female. Everything going to making matter is female. Everything. But the principle creating it is male. Check. Equilibrium! Let's hear it. Equilibrium. Motherfucking right. That's our amen. Motherfucking right. So as we begin to understand cosmic equilibrium, we begin to understand that there is no law. Yeah, we got to throw a little bit on here. There we go. Alrighty. So, again, understanding that law does not exist. Listen carefully now. Law does not exist until equilibrium is disturbed. You just got some deep, deep occult knowledge of what's happening today in your society and why it is necessary to destabilize equilibrium so that they can rule you through chaos. You can't be ruled when there's no laws. They have to create chaos to write laws to control you. Jack? How do they do that? They do it on the metaphysical level. They fuck over the family. That is the basis. That is the root. That is the foundation of your sanity. When they destroy the woman, they destroy the home. When they destroy the man, they destroy the capability to build the home. So what happens now is, armed as metaphysicians, you become dangerous. You become deadly. You become double O's. Licensed to kill. Bullshit. Kill ignorance wherever you go with impunity. That's a mighty task to kill ignorance. Because you become a wanted man. You're wanted by the people who like what you do, and you're wanted by the people that don't like what you do. You're wanted. So thus we find that overstanding and understanding the ordered patterns of cosmic activity we define as law, and operating within the dynamics of least resistance to them, that we attain equilibrium and overall peace. But when we act against them, when we resist them, when we break them, ignore them, attempt to pervert and twist them, to conform them to our ignorance, the results become blatantly evident to those with eyes willing to see. Brothers and sisters, the parasitic elite, that's what I call them. The parasitic elite who rule the realm of illusion. You need to go see that Clive Barker's Master of Illusions. Those masters, those parasitic elite, they are masters of the occult. They very well understand the cosmic laws of equilibrium and manipulate them to create discord in order to create and define artificial consciousness parameters to control us, whom they coldly consider to be their slaves. They know how important the principle of cosmic laws and what a knowledge of the ordered patterns of cosmic activity means to us and them. So they tirelessly occupy themselves with the creation of ordered patterns of inactivity, discord, through the writing of draconian laws, or what I call anti-laws, that are meant to criminalize every act that could be construed as related to freedom. Because free thinking automatically causes your consciousness to dovetail back into the recognition of the natural, orderly patterns of cosmic reality. Draconian laws or anti-laws are meant to disrupt your peace of mind, disrupt and control your thoughts and behavior, disrupt your cosmic equilibrium. Why? Because the equilibrium that we are supposed to be evolving to achieve with each other as members of the human species, primarily through the archetypal interaction of gender, is purposefully and willfully being targeted for disruption, agitation, harassment, terror, and brutality by those of the parasitic elite who promote lies and demonic mischief through the socialist, communist hive mind of the feminist. Brothers and sisters, in just 40 years, 40, the psycho-spiritual virus called feminism has so far succeeded in overthrowing the father principle as the leader, provider, and protector of the prototypical home and family. It has sabotaged the support systems of young men and young manhood by crippling their ability to develop and exercise their strength and leadership skills through the venue of sports, with such things as Title IX, activity that is predominantly masculine in nature. Sports are masculine ways of perfecting masculinity. It has now been proven, even by former high-profile feminists, to have caused the society, and women in particular, more misery for women who wish to be housewives and mothers than any man could, because they have fought for and won, under the banner of equality, legislation that have caused the breakup of families in unprecedented numbers, driving a painful wedge between fathers and their children, husbands and their wives. It has championed, this being feminism, the acceptance and perverse sexual behavior into a category of acceptability, promoted the preference of an alternative lifestyle as normal, natural, and even more sickening, desirable. In other words, you got movies out here and sitcoms out here that profess that gay is a desirable way to be. We're going to get in that. Studies have shown that the virus of feminism has misrepresented the true reasons for divorce and have overblown the statistics of spousal abuse as reasons for divorce. Of the 100% figures showing couples who divorce in a year, barely 2% are for wife beating or overall spousal abuse on both sides. Can we do something with that? A little respect.
Cell phones off.
Barely 2% are for wife beating or overall spousal abuse on both sides. The other 98% were all based under the category of irreconcilable differences. What they have done is taken the 2% and make it look like 98%. So now all men are brutes. You're all savages and liars. You're just men. And you know, some women have ways of saying shit that just make you look like, damn, why you gotta say it like that to a brother? But feminism has been, for the last 40 years, talking about men like men. As if the fucking society they're living in just came out of nowhere. Everything that they're doing and living and enjoying, the lights they turn on when they walk into their plush apartments, the TV they turn on, the boiler that works for them, the typewriter that they type their smut and bullshit on. That just came up out of nowhere. Nothing ever reaches American papers or TV news about the skyrocketing numbers and percentage of gay and same-sex domestic abuse, especially the numbers dealing with lesbian domestic abuse. Concurrently, studies have shown that men, and then you need to go on a website. This is all for men, but the sisters can check it out too. It's called angryharry.com. Ho, 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 baby. Let me tell you something about Angry Harry. Angry Harry does not bullshit. I got to give it to this white boy. He got some documented proof of the way the system works to destroy fathers and families. He has down court cases of some of the most blatant attacks against fatherhood and how feminism is systematically working to erode the intrinsic father figure in the family and in the home. Studies have also shown that feminism has conditioned women in the society to seek power as a conduit to love, happiness, and contentment, which in fact, the natural instinctive course, this is a course. To seek power is what males pursue. Males seek power. Women seek love. Now, it's like, in today's society, you're going to say that to me? Yeah. I'm going to say the reason why a lot of women are miserable is because they don't have any love.
That's right.
And you see, the thing is that you have been conditioned so deeply not to recognize love when it comes to you. Because you're too busy getting ready to be in competition with the nigga that's there. You're squaring off instead of surrendering. You don't understand what submission means. That's how you conquer. You don't understand the equation. The equation is men seek power for love. Women seek love for power. Understand what's happening. A woman surrenders her power for love. A man surrenders his love for power. If you're in competition with the man and he can't feel like a man, he turns into your boy. And you don't respect him any fucking way. All right, the brothers know what I'm talking about. The sisters understand what I'm talking about. I'm talking about women, not these wannabe women, playing at being women. I'm talking about real women. Women understand the equation. They know what it is. It's like, how dare you? You know, feminists look at the women, and when women act like women, when they submit and they are being who they are by nature, feminists looks upon that as, oh, weakness. Oh, you're disgusting. Why? Because they are not women. They don't understand that. They're men. They are men inside of women's bodies hating the women for being women. And you don't understand when a woman becomes a woman in a man's presence and makes him become your leader, your nurturer, your supporter. That man will break down. He'll be going through shit to get for you. He will go through walls. He will take a... Hey, Macau asked, would you take a bullet for a feminist? Hell no. Hell no. You don't understand. Well, see, the equation between male and female was already set cosmically by law. You're breaking the law. That's why everybody's so unhappy. Yes, because you're following anti-laws. Thus we can see the principle of equilibrium through the balance of polarities in gender are now in complete chaos and disarray. This is why it is essential and crucial that for peace to break out between the sexes, we must all become familiar with the operation of cosmic law as it manifests through the hermetic principles of polarity and gender. Okay, now back to the black dot in the circle. Here we will study why gender is crucial to equilibrium, because gender is not just sex, it is a cosmic principle in dynamic interplay with itself. To think that a biochemical, biopsychic dysfunctioning of the endocrine system is somehow a normal progression of the human gene pool towards some hermaphroditic nirvana in the third dimensional earth is to miss the metaphysical point completely. The TV sitcom Will and Grace is not just about two people called Will and Grace. The homosexuals who write this program are making a statement to us about who they want us to accept them as. Will and Grace. Do you see what I'm saying? The real story is about two people. Check this out now. Watch the cycle, watch the mindfuck that's going on when you watch these programs. The real story is about two people, both completely individualistic, lonely, irritable, desperate, bored, and in competition for the same thing, a bipolar male companion, one as a man for her and one as a woman for him. You see the sickness? When a man walks in, the two of them are fighting for that one man. But both of them are playing the roles of women, though. As I stated before, when two synchronous wave patterns are matched based on a co-mingling of intent, there is the forming of a circle. This symbol of the circle that almost looks like the G is the ancient Mayan symbol for galaxies, the ancient Masonic symbol for God and geometry, and the pattern taken by intent as it seeks to initiate manifestation. This whirling motion contracts and intensifies its concentration until the whirling motion separates and then generates an axis like a whirlpool or a twister. The circle and the dot is like viewing the spiral effect of the top, as I said earlier. Now, the material formed, now listen carefully, the material formed by the densification is the substance of protomatter, which means first matter, containing the elementals, two males and two females. So as it begins to deal with the property, right, to manifest, you need four principles to anchor. But as you begin to get into the material realm, and that spiral begins to densify, you have the four components which anchor reality as fire, air, water, and earth. But even in that capacity, the half, and this is the other part of the occult reality, listen carefully, when the half spirals in and it begins to create its point, you have two halves. You have yin and you have yang. But the yin and the yang have what they show you in the symbol as two properties that are related to the other half. Those two properties are those are the gauges, those are the barometers for the equilibrium. When equilibrium comes out of whack, it is these two that play off of one another to create the polarity to find the equilibrium. So in doing so, the yang has a female side, and that female side also breaks down, and the male into a male side. The male side has a female side that breaks that into another half. And then the female side has a yang side that breaks it still into another half. And you have the four components. You get it? So now you're watching the metaphysical manifestation of the properties of gender and how the law of equilibrium is invested within the creation in order to bring it back into equilibrium. Because the very act of creation is a form of disequilibrium. Within that form of disequilibrium, there are
plant. I've been working with this for years. We use it as an emetic. So when I heard about the conditions of Brother Khalid Muhammad, I asked someone who had paid him a visit, I said, what were the symptoms? They said, well, he was vomiting, and he was disorientated. Right away, I knew exactly what had happened to him. He was poisoned.
That's right.
This poison could be timed so that it'll kill you gradually. It can also kill you instantly. And 1 ounce of ricin could kill 20,000 people. So it is extremely dangerous. If they dust it over an area like Harlem, it can kill everyone. 10 pounds of ricin can kill everyone in Harlem. So you have to think about that. And they've been using this. And some of the symptoms is that when you die, they say that you died from the conditions that come with aging. Heart attack, aneurysm,
Right.
kidney damage, liver damage. after it's been introduced into your body, after 2 hours, it cannot be detected.
That's right. Wow. It disappears.
It disappears completely. So it's a poison that's been using by the Jesuits in Europe to get rid of the royal family, the heads of state, anyone that opposed them. They killed them. Ferdinand Marcos was poisoned. Khalid Muhammad. And then I'm hearing that Brother Barashango also, they found him dead in the streets. Well, we know what this brother was about. He was a warrior, and so he spoke the truth. So they had to get rid of him. Sometimes they'll time it so that it'll knock you down. When it knocks you down, then they get you in the hospital, finish you off, and then the report says that you died of natural causes. Death is not natural.
Speak on it.
It is not natural. It is not natural. So when you find that our leaders are dying, and they say that they're dying from heart attacks and aneurysm, question it. So I brought some information for you. Get copies of this. I met a brother Big Man on 125th Street, and then I was, attracted to the booklet that he had. And so, I mean, when I read the booklet, I said, well, I have some information. I said, what you should do is when you pass your booklet out, you can also include this information. So I have some information printed up for you, and it'll be passed out to everyone.
I just want to ask you one question, brother.
Yes, sir.
When the report on Carter's death first came out, they said he was throwing up. They never mentioned the part about the defecation. They never mentioned the part about the urination.
That's right.
So right there, does ricin cover those areas too?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Initially, castor oil is used as an emetic. So one of the major signs that a person has been poisoned by ricin is that they vomit. That's the body's reaction to it, trying to get rid of it. But usually a person of color, their system is such that they can fend it off for a long period of time. This is why it takes a long time for it to kill a black person. So they have to take you to the hospital and then finish you off.
Right. This is...
Yeah.
I was reading in the report about that he had a lot of intracranial bleeds and hemorrhages and so forth. So you think that
ricin causes that as well. Ricin attacks every major organ in your body. Every major organ. It totally disrupts the system either instantly or gradually. The end result is that if you do survive, you won't be any good to yourself or anyone else. You'll be a vegetable.
Give that man a black hand.
Yeah.
Give it up for Phil. He's back. He's back. Phil is back.
I see we lost a few, but that's all right. We're still here, right? Just to pivot off of what the brother's saying, yes, ricin is part of the palmate, large leaves. Wherever you see huge... Okay, we'll wait till everybody's... Okay. Okay. The poison in ricin is ricinoleic acid, and it is an alkaloid. These alkaloids are synthesized from parts of the leaf and the root, and it is a chemical crystal that whenever the cells try to defend itself against that, the cells are destroyed because thinking that it's attacking the actual problem to get rid of it, it destroys the cells that would get rid of the actual poison. So it attacks the bile, because the bile is secreted. That's why he defecated on himself. The body tried to create an enema to get rid of it.
and it marshals all of its plasma. That's why he began to feel weak and dizzy. When you're poisoned, the plasma that surrounds the cells, the intelligence of the body and the brain tries to usher enormous amounts of plasma to try to flush it from the system. It depends on how much of the crystalline alloy becomes embedded within the cellular structure, and that's what kills you. You overcome because the body tries to throw it into all of the organs in order for the organs' own defense systems to try to water it down. Depending on the concentration of it, it can't do that because the crystal is so concentrated that it kills you. And like your brother said, the Jesuits used this because the natives taught him that. They used to use it at the end of their arrows. So yeah, ricin is just like, it's part of from the castor oil. I keep telling people about taking castor oil because whatever castor oil was trying to do to get rid of waste, if it was trying to get rid of constipation, using it too much creates constipation. So it has a flip. So it's part of the, you know what it is? The ricin is part of the tobacco family. So the poisons, the people who were picking the tobacco leaves were dying of poisons. And the residual matter of the poisonous leaf of the tobacco was what was killing them. It could be killed by tobacco poisoning, which is similar to the ricin. So yes, the brother has a very good point as far as poisoning is concerned, and he is quite correct when he says that you could kill most of the people here in Harlem with just 10 pounds of it distributed in an effective dose over a mass population. The defensive mechanisms are not there. There is a counter to it. Remembering it is a whole other thing. I just want to also look to the back there. Everybody turn your attention to the back. I want you to take a look at a star there, Grammy Award winner, Ladybug Mecca from, there she is in the back. Ladybug and her king, Brother Nkosi. They will be coming out with a new album, and you'll be listening out for them too. So we got a lot of celebrities in the house. Everybody's a celebrity. So everybody now, somebody asked me now, what am I doing for wheels since my car got totaled? The insurance company gave us a car for a couple of days, so everybody thinks because I got a car that's it. No, it don't belong to me. So I'll be in the trains, and that's where they can actually do the concentration of ricin and create a serious biochemical event by saturating the environment of the subway system. So, yeah.
The subway system
Yes.
is an ideal place to deliver any type of biological
Yes.
compound because the trains actually
Carry it with their wind current. Exactly. Exactly, yeah. So I'm not want to panic people because they got used it, but the subway system may be the next thing besides the micro nukes. Right. The water system is also good. It could put the ricin in the water as well. The idea is, like I've been telling everybody, to learn how to use the pendulum, because the pendulum reads energies. And if you become one with the energies that are around you, they speak to you about what is good for you and what is not good for you. So to learn the pendulum may look like it's like, what is he doing spinning that? You are actually speaking to frequencies. You are speaking to intelligences that know what's necessary for you and what's not necessary for you because it links up with your own equilibrium. And so I say that to kind of segue us into part 2, where we will begin to break down feminism and the premeditated destruction of the archetypal prototypical family. Last time, you remember, we were speaking about polarity. And polarity is the crux, the center, the fulcrum. It is the foundation of all life. Polarity expresses itself in its final stages in the form of gender. The reason for human to be, and here's the secret occult, the reason why humans exist, why higher intelligences exist, is to create the equilibrium on the other polar spectrum of the Almighty God. That which God detracted itself from and left wide open as a barren space of intelligence is what we are to do. The part components called I am within that circle already has its balance as the I am. But when the I am disturbs its own equilibrium, there are laws that come into play that need two basic balancing aspects in order to put those laws into effect. Man is the bringer of the law and the implementer of the law. Man is the one who says, no, I will not kill today. Man is the one who says, I will do this righteous act today. The Most High don't give a shit about that. Most High is learning from you. It's just being the Most High. That's some dull shit. The Most High knows that most of what the Most High is liking who we are. That's why, quote unquote, he supposedly sent his son because he dug us. Or it dug us. That's bullshit. It likes looking at us struggling and going through all the things we go through because it's about experience, people. The reason why you are is because experience needs to happen. Experience is the way the Most High knows itself. So you exist based upon the need to experience. And in your experiences, do you interact with those laws of equilibrium to bring balance in the polar opposite to what the Most High is? We are living in the realm of matter. Matter is that which is the polar opposite of spirit. Spirit and matter balance one another by finding the equilibrium in man. Okay? Now, the integrity of gender has disintegrated to the level of biochemical and biospiritual chaos. So much so that we now unwittingly accept gender pathology as some form of New Age expression of divine revelation and evolution. But it is not. We are in a spiraling decline of degeneration as a species. And this is why I have decided to dedicate this video thesis. This is what we're going to call this from now on. We ain't going to say, did you do a video, bro? No. Any jackass can do a video. You see him out there and says, yo, just do something. No, we are about dealing in the dark matter think tank. This is a video thesis. All teachers from the underground, from the lords and the ladies, from the lords and the queens of Amenta, that's what I call you all. The lords and ladies, the lords and queens of Amenta. We are in the underground. And as such, we don't just create videos. We deal with video thesis. From now on, this is what this is. This is the College of Amenta. I don't know, I'm just throwing shit out there. So I call it the gendercide of human equation, or simply gendercide. I began this quest to enlighten students about the sacred principle of gender back in the late 80s, and at that time, I thought I was alone. I helped to create a principle called the sacred woman with my then wife, Queen Afua, to help to enhance the subtle metaphysics that operated within the gender called woman, with the intention of doing a masculine version called Path of the Virtuous Man, or just the Virtuous Man. Of course, I wrote the 12 principles of the sacred woman and gave it to Afua as a present, an anniversary present, and I helped her to get the metaphysics of what a woman is, and together we did the sacred woman. It was supposed to be called the goddess principle, and that went south. We did the sacred woman, and I told her to call it the sacred woman, and that's what you got today. Hopefully that everybody who did the sacred woman came out as sacred women, because that was the point, to get you to understand who you are as sacred principles, not just pieces of meat animated. I wrote the 12 principles of the sacred woman, which she put into this book called Heal Thyself. And I think that I had some of those, I have some, next time I come,
I'm going to bring some of the posters with the 12 principles. It was just a mock-up, a real quick mock-up that I had done to put the 12 principles of the sacred woman, and at the bottom you sign your name saying, okay, I'm going to say these 12 principles, and before I walk out the door, you know, like Jews touch that little thing on the diaside, the sisters would do this, and boom, they're centered. You know, I'm going to do it for the brothers too, centered. You know, so we could deal with how the polarities work and so forth. And somewhere down the line, things work the way we're supposed to work, and we go into hiatus. When I come back, we're going to have that school of Amenta. We're going to have that university of the Omniversity of Amenta. And we're going to seriously start raising the children from this high up. We're not going to have no damn public school raising our children anymore. The problem is that we're going to have to say, well, those like 15, 16 up, we can't help you. Now, unless you find your way back. Because we're going to have to say, okay, when we get it established, we got to snatch the young ones now, because you get fucking stupid after a certain age. And we have to fight with you and beat you in the head to come back and get the truth. Or, God forbid, the spirit within you rises, and we have young brothers and sisters out there who see it, feel it, taste it, know it, speak it from their own jargon, put it into their music, put it into their dance, put it into their voice when they're speaking, and it gets out there. You see, that's all we need. Y'all become apostles of the healing word. Y'all go out there and y'all start doing work to disrupt the disruptors and bring equilibrium. See, your disruption of the disruptors brings equilibrium. Two negatives make a positive. See? So as you work here, as we do this here, this little think tank, it has greater ramifications, because as you walk out of here, you're not thinking the same way. You know, when people talk to you about, oh man, I got to pay the fucking rent, you're up there, well, you know, the stars are jangling. But, you know, you start going into this other realm, and they start saying, well, shit, I can't talk to you. Well, good. Okay, that's one out the way. Let me see now. Let me find somebody, and then you get like Socrates with that lamp looking for one conscious motherfucker out there in the dark. And it happens. It happens. You got to keep that place. See, you become the equilibrium. You become the walking representation of equilibrium, and then that other person that you need to be balanced with comes to you. That which you are searching for is searching for you. But you have to stay to the point. Don't just settle for shit. You know, we're going to get into that, about the way we settle, because we're lonely. You know, we settle, we got to do this thing real quick because, I don't know, I'm getting too old. You know, they got you panicked, especially women. Oh, you know, you only got this much time before them. Fuck that. See, they got you thinking, and then you'll find out in here, that you got to get your career together before you have children. Bullshit. Well, we don't have enough money. Bullshit. You got the community. Talk about village raising a child? Yeah. I remember when we were there, we run around the housing complex, and we'd be eating over at Miss Willis and eating over there at Miss Johnson. And we over here at Miss Williams, and Miss Williams was calling you, can't fuck up, because one will call the other. And as soon as you walk in, you think, I'm all right. Bang! Oh, shit. Get to your room. You know, that kind of stuff. We don't have that anymore. Don't you talk to my child. That's my child. No. We ain't doing that. We're not doing that anymore. In here, the children, you don't negotiate with children. You speak to them as children, but you don't negotiate. It's a dictatorship, I told my children in the house. Fuck that, though. You listen to all that shit you hear out there about, you know, democracy and shit. Fuck democracy. Walk through the door, I'm Adolf fucking Hitler. Walk through the door, I'm Adolf fucking Hitler. You come to heal. Yeah, heal or heal. Or the heal. Anyway, these energies, these laws were created to teach and reveal how our day-to-day actions and perceptions in society were detrimental to the biospiritual equilibrium of the sexes. I wanted to show how each gender's archetypal instincts created to anchor the organism's current or correct intuitional behavior in the body was no longer stable.
which made it difficult for us to recognize what is pathological or what was healthy behavior. In women, I began to notice how the natural gynic gender instincts of my sisters were being defined by today's society as weaknesses. The natural proclivities of women were being defined as weaknesses. In fact, a rudimentary, vestigial condition, weakness, forced upon us by men. This is what the women thought. To act like women was a weakness that we men trained you to be. In other words, your natural proclivities to wanting to nurture and to be who you are was a weakness that we trained you. So, everything that you became as women after 10 billion years were symptoms that were left over from the prehistoric days when women were continually brutalized and considered inferior. Now, I know where that was. That originated in some cave. You understand? That originated in a cave. Everywhere I looked, on TV, in movies, in books, and even in my community, the very worst attributes of men were portrayed as their best, and the very best attributes of women were portrayed as their worst weaknesses. I began questioning what I saw, which during that time, during the so-called early 90s, was a pretty dangerous thing to do given the intensity that the feminist virus was operating at. I asked, are the natural needs and behaviorisms of the gynic woman truly weaknesses? And are the so-called chauvinist, sexist nature of the andric man a sign of his weaknesses? Is the archetypal interplay between the sexes, that is, submission or surrender by the female, and the need to dominate and conquer by the male, contrary to the natural flow of the I am consciousness? Why did feminism as a mindset wish to manipulate women into abandoning their roles as women, to subvert the masculine roles and take it over? Why has it become so difficult for men to be masculine, to feel good about their nature, to conquer and dominate, and to recognize and choose a truly feminine woman? For both our sakes and the sake of our children, we had better learn what has gone so terribly wrong with us as men and women. For women's sake, they had better learn that feminism has done to today's society and the relationship dynamic of men and women within that society the worst damage that is yet to be calculated. Women must learn to recognize the subtle outside forces at work, manipulating what is natural to make it appear undesirable and even fundamentally wrong. To learn the true nature of woman from the I am perspective and not just from the onslaught of social conditioning. For men's sake, they had better learn to recognize the submissive roles we have adopted by way of threat, duress, and coercion by feminazi forces manipulating the perceptions of our women. We have now become women. We actually are taking orders about how we need to be. You got all these feminazis sitting up in Oprah and saying, well, this is what you need to be, and that faggot Dr. Phil with my damn name. I'm suing that motherfucker for having my name. And there's people calling me, hey, Dr. Phil, don't call me that shit. He's one of the worst feminists out there. Serious feminist. Because he slants everything in the women's favor. Because his whole audience is women. And he's got to keep that particular schism going. He's got to keep the schism going. Men, we must learn for our own sakes to distinguish between women who are feminine and those who are estrogen challenged and testosterone toxic. A truly feminine woman, well, I tell you, the think tank is a motherfucker. Ain't got some shit. I'll be goddamn. Look like she's holding on to a ghost.
Then you got Oprah on the other one.
Oh, please. What I got to look at this face for? What I got to hear? What am I looking at that woman for?
Hold that one up. They want to see that.
This one? Oh yeah, this one. All right. Well, I got some other pictures I'm gonna show you. You know, this is some wild shit. You know, this is the distraction. You see, this is the distract. You see, if you had a mate or someone that you loved, or if you're even in a polygamous situation and your women that are around you, as well as if you're in a polyandric situation and the men around you are all cool, then you don't need this shit. This is to distract you. This is for lonely motherfuckers to jerk off to. They ain't got shit to do, so they finger and pull on their nub. A truly feminine woman is naturally receptive to men. She is not listening to his conversations to catch feminist buzzwords. A feminine woman is self-assured in her womanhood and does not consider her femininity a weakness to be exploited by men. She does not turn her femininity on at the beginning and later revert it into a defiant and fearful shrew. This type of woman has been taught that a man is her competitor, and worse yet, a predator to be feared, hunted, captured, conquered, and caged. Women, you need to recognize the situation concerning men today. This society is actually based on a slaver class mentality, but it's a unique slaver class mentality. Men, especially Africans here in the dying diaspora, have been taught not to take responsibility for their actions. Essentially, that's a female. Now, you're going to get pissed at me. Accountability is not some of the women's best natures. And I'm not saying that to be facetious. Today you had to be that because you had to be men. But there are certain things that you do without thinking that after a while you say, oh God, why did I do that? And then you knew better, but you did it. And usually the man says, you better stop that shit. But you're not listening to men because, again, remember, what are men? Except there to work for you and to show you what you don't have as a woman and what you are not as a woman and how much you need to achieve as a woman, like a man, to be a woman. So listening to a man is secondary. You'll check with your girlfriend first. You'll check with, let me see, Dr. Phil. You'll check with the book on psychology. You'll check on everything but the man that you have supposedly submitted your love to, which is deep. Now, I'm not saying this to be facetious because I'm about to talk on the brothers as well. But I have to tell you this. When a man does not take responsibility for his action, that is a feminine trait in him. That is him bitching up. Because a man is about responsibility. I remember, I keep telling you this, and I told you this in the last Gendercide, that there's something in the Godfather that blew my mind because my father said the same goddamn thing. He was sitting with his son right before he outed all the people that were in the family about to fuck it up. Now the old man, see, old people got some shit that y'all don't know about. They sound crazy, but if you don't sit with your elders, you don't know shit. They don't get to be elders being stupid. The elder was revered in our society because they have the treasures that you are yet to mine by your experience. They got it laid out there and displayed for you. You don't have to dig for the shit. You dig for your own after you get what they have given you, and you take it to the next phase. But you're stuck because you're not listening to them. Sister got my book, The Wounded Womb. That book did not come from me sitting down and with my finger up my ass, I said, I think I'm all right this way. No. I was there talking to my grandmothers and my grandfathers and my grand-aunts especially. And they were grandmothers and my grandfathers and my grand-aunts especially. And they would tell me shit about women that they would never tell to the man. Because I asked them. They laugh a little bit first. And they say, well, I don't know if I should tell them anything like this. What you gonna do with this information? I said, Mama, I'm gonna teach with it. Because we've been playing too many games with one another. So the old women told me how real women were. I could never go to no Dr. Ruth and all of these other stupid motherfuckers for them to tell me anything. I'm going back to the people who had their hands in the dirt, who understood what it was. And that's where I went to get this, and this is where I'm coming from with this. So, you as women have been taught to fear, hunt, conquer, and cage me. Because that was your survival, to make sure you got that man in check. You know, if you want him in check, you do two things. You either ignore him and keep him coming, or give him pussy up to his neck until he can't move. He's walking around with a collar that's furry up to the neck. This nigga got a fur collar. So every time he thinks he wants to think for himself, he's struggling and he's in the pussy and he don't know what to do with himself afterwards. So, in the diaspora, although we have worked our way through this sickness of the past, the welfare system, the education system, the criminal justice system, and the church system, all have trained us that the system will take care of both of us and our women. Sisters have the painful task of recognizing such irresponsibility and sometimes abusive men, physical and psychological. And no matter how much you think you love this man, how good the dick is, how sweet his words, how great your fear of being alone, you have to kick this motherfucker out of your house. If that man does not make you feel safe in his presence, what the fuck are you going to feel like when you got to go into the world? And that's another thing. Men feel so powerless in this society. And you see, man needs power in order for him to feel good about himself. So our powerlessness is translated into our tyranny. You see, it's a sickness when a man has to brutalize a woman. When you brutalize one that the Creator has put into your protection, you're doing it to yourself. It's self-abuse. It's masochism. You are beating yourself when you beat your woman because she is there for you. Where my shit at? Oh, who's that? Oh, yeah. We're gonna get deep here in a little while. We're gonna have where's my stuff at? I think I put all this stuff here on top of that. Oh, that's what it was. I put all the stuff on top of it. All right. Where's my stuff at? Where you at? Ah, here it is. Uh-huh. Now, you see, the problem is we as men, we have lost the science of man. And I was saying this thing about Elder George, this book called Dear Brothers and Sisters. I wanted to break down something that he had in his book. These are the positive manifestations of the masculine gender. And sisters, you need to look for these in the men. And if they don't articulate these particular energies, know that you got a child on your hand. And that what you're going to get are tantrums instead of logic, reason, and accountability. The positive manifestations of the masculine gender are individuality. Don't take that from him. Individuality means he is seeking to be who he is for you. We don't just do this shit by ourselves. We like to impress you. We do it for you. That's our nature. Independence. Creativity. Ambition. Nothing wrong with ambition. It's an energy that is based in testosterone. Self-sufficiency. Leadership. Abstract thinking. Conditional love. Okay. That's deep. That's deep. Because we got to draw the fucking line somewhere. You know where I'm going with this because I'm going to show you the opposite side of this. You got to condition love sometimes. Unconditional love is what's led to faggotry. And this is why we are fucking men in the ass today. And men are bending over. Niggas with bling talking all this hard leg shit, still fucking other men. All them rappers talking this dumb shit and over there being bitches. Playing it off like you hard. Doing all this shit in front of the camera and you bending over like a bitch. And you saying, well, I'm just bi-curious. You ain't nothing but a biatch. And you know, it's deeper the thing about it. You got who you are. You ain't just experimenting. Don't no man experiment with a dick in his ass. What you experimenting on? You a bitch. I don't call women bitches because they use... No, you got to be a bitch to do that. And you ain't just experimenting, down low playing that bling shit. You a faggot. You a cold faggot. Call you what you are. So there's conditions that the masculine principle sets. There's shit you don't do, period. You don't give your children to no faggot. You don't teach your son to be no faggot. You don't teach him to find a woman within. Fuck that. He's supposed to find a woman without. Find my woman within. It's bullshit. Conditional love is what the man brings. That's why he needs to lead. He needs to lead to know the parameters of behavior. Because in him, he is the eye point. The male vibrates the eye, and the eye is the centering, the column around which everything rotates. If he is not anchored in sanity, the whole fucking society is insane. So we don't have any more conditions for our behavior as men. You act stupid. Act like little boys. Even little boys don't act like you. Men. You got niggas 45 and 50 years old dressing like 50 Cent. Nigga, be a man. The reason why children dress the way they do is to find an expression amongst themselves. But they grow out of that shit. That shit, it turns me off, man, when I look at stupid shit. Dumb shit. Conditional love is the arena of activity for the male, because that's how you run a tight ship at home. The man must draw the boundaries because the mother's unconditional love will accept. That's why we are in a matriarchy, and I keep telling you, you ain't in no damn patriarchy, because a real patriarchy wouldn't stand for the shit that's going on here today. And that's what's happening. I don't push no shit about Islam, but them motherfuckers over there is trying to fight to keep their manhood, because they exporting all that feminist shit over there to try to tear down there. I mean, the first thing they exported over there was the vagina fucking monologues. Conditional love. The man draws the parameters about how behavior is. The family is under his rubric. Discipline. Your ass get whipped. And if you get whipped once by dad, all your mother needs is the threat. And you in check. I remember when you fuck up, you say, you're going to see your father. And before he gets home, you cleaning shit. This motherfucker is spanking Lou. You just get ready in your ass. You just getting shit. You spanking it. You spanking it so that it don't hurt. You say, okay, let me toughen this shit. And you're spanking it. So like, okay, well, maybe it won't hurt that much now when he do it. Bullshit. Discipline. Not only discipline, but the act of knowing when, where, how, and why you do what you do. See, mama gets you from age 1 through 7. That's the unconditional part where you get to learn everything and everybody because mama is teaching you. Mama got those languaging skills to know when you want your diaper changed and she can feel you because she got a whole other languaging skill that we men don't have, that we don't need. So stop trying to get us to do that shit. So you now teach the baby up to 7 years of age, and then that's it. The mothers take the daughters, you teach the daughter how to be a woman. The fathers take the sons and teach them how to be men. You can't leave a testosterone active hormone in sneakers with a woman. His nature is to conquer her, to bring her into submission. So he ain't going to take but so much from his mother. It's not his nature. But square with his father, hell no. Hell no, I wouldn't fuck with my father. I don't know how many kills he had in Korea. I didn't want to even ask him. But I wasn't going to be one over here. All he had to do was look. I remember the back of his head, and I hear my mother go, Val. Everything freezes. Didn't have to do nothing. The presence of the male is discipline. And you don't understand that power. And the feminists came and started telling you, like when you look at biology, look at the lion. The women didn't need the lion. Lion wasn't shit. Look at this. The women did everything. The reason why the women could do everything is because the male made sure that nobody fucked with his territory. And there was a beautiful National Geographic thing about the female pack of hyenas versus the female pack of lions. And the hyenas would be giving shit fevers to these powerful lionesses who could take down Cape buffaloes together. But they wouldn't shit with hyenas. And the hyenas would wreak havoc on them, fuck them up. But then this motherfucker came out of nowhere while they were harassing the females. And all he had to do, he just came trotting and he said, okay, I'm coming back in. Papa's back from work. He said, what the fuck? He was deep because he was like, they had you shot. And, he had some African name, which means killer of, what do you call it? And he was just chilling. And he had a black mane. You saw it? You got that one? He was coming in, he was, and he saw some shit going on with his harem, and he said, and he saw him. And as soon as the hyenas was good, one said, they looked around and said, oh, shit. The hyenas scattered. The female lions got courage. And then this motherfucker they showed him in slow motion. This motherfucker took one, he said, bang, got one, snap, threw it, went for the next one, bang, snap. There was dead hyenas all over. And then he went after the lead female. The lead female. Yeah. Yeah. You remember her name, huh? Went after the lead female who, as the alpha female, had a dick, an artificial dick grow out. In order for the other females of the pack to show submission, they come over and lick the dick. Yep, she lays there, and to show submission, they go over and they lick the dick. See, even the female who is the alpha female of the hyena pack, which is a matriarchal system, has a dick to show its supremacy as the alpha female. He went after her ass, she was scattering. She ran zigzag. He didn't give a fuck. He was jumping over other lionesses to get her ass. And when he got her ass, he fucked it up. Came in there fucking with my woman. I mean, he tore ass. There's about 4 of these hyenas laying dead or dying after he was finished. And then he was looking up with the dead alpha female in his mouth. Is there anybody else? Then he dropped it. And then he started walking over. And as he walked over, He was sniffing over to see what was going on with the other females. After he was finished with that shit, he ran over by where his tree was, and he laid down. And then all the other females came around him and was rubbing up against him like that. Can I get a witness? And this is the bullshit that the feminists tell you, that the lion had no real meaning, no real occupation, because in the pride, the women, the females did everything. In society, the females do everything. That's what you do. You do society. And that is not a negative, as they want you to push it and check it. And to watch it, I mean, the whole story was around this pride of female lions. You never saw the male until the end. Why? Because he was like 5 miles away making sure other males ain't fucking with his home. When he came back and saw his home in disarray, he put everything in check. And then you found out that all this bullshit interplay was actually the feminists converting and perverting what you were looking at. Progressiveness. Being able to move out of a station of activity for the betterment of the total family. Courage, which is something sorely lacking in today's males. Sorely lacking. Willpower, constructive force, activeness, and, above all, stability. You knew that when your father came home and everything was all right. Everything was in order. You had your task, that's what you did. Pops made sure you did it. And he'll tell you, your dad is, and he'll say, check with your moms. Don't be bothered with it. That's superficial shit. That's her. She's running the house. If there's any other shit out there that we're going to have a big change to the family, we come, we talk about it. After we talk about it, I make the decision. That's what we're doing. Because I'm doing it for all of us. These are the negative manifestations. Get ready. Lazy motherfuckers. Lazy, lazy, lazy. Brutality. Using your yang power to provide and protect against the instrument of your providing and protection. That's when you hate yourself. Selfishness. A man is always about giving. He is always about providing for the woman. It's like, sisters, whatever you want, you got it. If it's within my power, you got it. You don't understand what that means. A man will tear down shit for whatever you want. You don't understand that power. You can actually, this is why we have a feminist society fucking shit up now, because they got the men, they white men acting stupid. The women are out to lunch because they don't have no men. Dependency. You got a nigga waiting at home because his wife is at work. He's saying, well, she can work now. It's, you could get out there and get a job. I can't, yes, you bullshit. Oh, man. He's a woman. He's a woman. He's a house husband, whatever the fuck that means. Insensitivity. Imitation. You are the fulcrum of creativity. Stubbornness, lack of responsibility, and tyranny. These are some of the deeper components. Of course, they branch off into different things. But these are the basic components that lead to all those other little things that piss you off about him. If any of these things that you find, you can look to one of these as the basic anchor for his activity. Now we move on. Now we deal with the positive manifestations of the feminine gender. The positive manifestations keep going, don't they? Because you are the am of the I am. And being the am, you be amming and amming and amming and keep on amming. The positive of the feminine gender is communality. Where we deal with individuality, you deal with communality. That's the am. You deal with cooperation and creativity, industriousness, nurturing, accommodation. That's deep. You know, you're always looking to please. That energy inside of you always wants to nurture the need in someone else. Visual thinking. You can think colors and see them and make them tangible in your head. You see things that we don't see. Where you can visualize something based upon your experience of the thing, we men abstractly look at it outside of that visual cortex, because you need that in order to be able to find things and what they call multitask. I don't understand how you are. I marvel at conversations between women sometimes. But it's fine because y'all know what y'all talking about. I've watched the thing jump from one thing to another. And when the sister's like, I'm amongst a group of women, and I'm asked the question, and here I am getting real intellectual, and I'm about to get very abstract, and then I'm on to something else, like somebody just dropped something in the middle, like, wait a minute, we weren't talking about that, and they're on to another conversation. That was like just 10 minutes ago. What? Wait a minute, hold on, we haven't finished the point. But that ability to do that is the ability for you to take care of the baby, make sure this is done, that's done, boom. And that ability that makes you look like, you can't get shit done. But you're actually doing 6 and 7 things at the same time, which is unnerving to us. Because not one thing gets done, which is fine. And it's funny because here you are, I know you men experience it, but you're talking about something that you think, boy, you're just waxing eloquence. And then she said something that just didn't have nothing to do with what you were talking about. Because it just popped in her mind. And she said, well, I was listening to you. No, she was hearing you. There's a difference. Hearing just means you have ears with a semicochlear canal and shit. Listening means your brain must be connected to the hearing part of it. And they're hearing you. But they're paying attention to something else that just came right into their visual cortex, and they expressed it. And the women can jump to that. Oh, yes, of course. And then they go to the next one. That's unnerving, but that's part of what it is. Sometimes women don't talk to come to a point. They talk to talk. Yeah, speaking is just communication. It's about interfacing and exchanging feelings. It's not about getting to a point, which is what we men like to do. Woman says, me got problem. You said, good, tell me fix. Okay, I have this to do, and then the answer to it, you say, okay, you do this, you do this, you do this. Bye. She says, wait a minute. You don't understand me. Oh, wait a minute, didn't you just say this? And isn't this logical that you do this? Well, no, that's not what I said. And that's not what I meant. What she's saying to you is, I don't want you to tell me shit, just listen. I'm talking to myself, and when I've come to the point, I'll stop talking. We'll find a point somewhere. And you must be patient because you hear all these different points that you want to end. Okay, okay, I know what to do here. And you're taking figures. Do you remember it? Okay, I remember you go back. This is what you could do for this. She don't want that. She don't give a shit about that. She wants to just talk. And the talking is the relationship. With you, the figuring it out and coming to a point is the relationship, which sometimes clashes. No, it doesn't clash all the time. It clashes when you don't understand each other and how the polarity operates. You see, that's why the ancient cultures sifted the women with the women and the men with the men. Because it would be maddening. It would be, they came together based on what he called, there was no word for love amongst our culture. Oh, I love you, my darling. And all this shit that they're doing is bullshit. We knew how to function and quote unquote love each other without all the other shit between it. And they stayed together 50 years. with all this other shit. Well, you don't understand the other part of me that just needs to be nurtured, and fuck that. Talk to your girlfriend. Let her nurture you, because she know what you're talking about. Now, when you got it together with girlfriend, call me back, and then we'll sit and talk, because now you got two sides of the equation with the girlfriend, and you call me back for solutions. Not just to talk, but for solutions, because I am a problem solver. If you come to me, I'm in problem-solving mode. I'm listening, baby, I got to talk to you. I'm calculating. I want to help my woman. She cannot be confused with anything, because that makes me feel confused, and it makes me feel like I'm not doing the right thing. Why would my baby keep confused? What's going on in her? I got to make sure she's all right. So I'm ready to solve your problem. You don't want a problem solved. You just want to talk. Now, that's when you start wearing on me. And I have to... And hopefully you don't take it wrong. Just like you could switch to different directions while we're trying to talk to you, we can fall asleep without you going through any changes as well. Didn't mean that we ain't listening to you. It's that we already figured out what you need. The rest of it, you just want to fill in because you got to talk. So after we got it, okay, she needs this, 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 and this. I got it, okay. That's what we're doing while we're looking at you. It's like this. So if you don't want that to happen, know that when you approach the male, it's about problem solving. When you approach the female, it's about talking. Just to talk. That's what communality is. That's what relationship building. That's how the language takes on more and more meanings, because it's the female that uses the language to expound upon the experiences of the Creator. She begins to nurture the language into the perceptible points for reference. Men, we can go, okay, kill that. Okay, come over here. All right. Mathematically, line here, line there, line there. That's it. Deity, this, circle, that. All right? Build a pyramid. We're cool. Abstract thinking, we are in it. But all the other stuff, not hardwired for it. But then when you come together and understand that, you know just how much of a dose you can give to each other. How much of a dose of abstract that she's going to be able to tolerate before she starts switching? And how much of a dose he's going to deal with your feelings before he shuts down and looks at you like a zombie. Okay? Don't overtax him. All right? I'm telling you, this will save relationships, and matter of fact, build on them, if you understand that. Unconditional love. Oh. Ain't nothing like mother love, because there's nothing attached to it. You can't go to father to get that sympathy. Sometimes mothers, you know, depending on how hardwired they are, you can get that bitch in them, and I told you, you're going to have to paint it out. But with moms, there's a whole other feeling, an unconditionalness that comes that I can't tolerate. I cannot tolerate unconditional love. Maybe with my children, but I got a fire on you. I told you this 6 times. That's it. Fuck that. But got his ass kicked. Wait, broke the truck down. I'm going to kick your ass right now. No more unconditional. With mama, it's a whole other energy. And that's the polarity. That's how you interface. Consideration. You know, it's like when they're talking, and immediately when somebody tells them something, it's, oh, yes. You know, they're feeling it with the conversation. With you, it's like, why are you even bothering? Well, here's what you do for that. You see? Big difference. Receptivity, that is your biggest power. The fact that you can receive and feel energies deep inside of a part of you that we can't, that would automatically cause us to become detrimental to you. In other words, if we were to start vibrating on your vibration, then we would be no good for you. If I start acting like a female, then my nature cannot stand to protect you in the times of need. I must be maintained as a man for both our sakes. Because if I start taking on any part of you, then I am no good for either one of us. There is a place where you cannot cross as either one of us. There is a place where you cannot cross as a man, and you cannot make him cross if you wish to remain, keep him as a man. Diplomacy. Women are always about diplomatic solutions. There's a point of reference where men, we could be diplomatic, but that's it. That's why we go to blows. Because we know, listen, that's it. You crossed over the line based upon a masculine rule of ethic and conduct. Fuck that. That's it. Women, well, there has got to, did you feel it? Did you see, what did he say? And that's how they work. They keep the peace. When we went to war, we definitely had to put it past our sisters first because they had more to lose by our death. So in the ancient ways, the women had to counsel whether or not it was advantageous for the men to go to war. That's what the House of Representatives was supposed to be. In the earlier Six-Nation Confederacy, the so-called House of Representatives were the women, whereas the Senate were the men. So the House of Representatives were the women, and that was your balance. Not today. Yes, the House of Representatives. There you go, brother. Diplomacy, gentility. Oh, my God. There is nothing more incredible in a man's sight than seeing a woman or being with his woman who is genteel, soft, that nature that makes him want to protect her. Makes him want to feel. That's why you got to take them damn pants off. Men feel that you're all right by yourself. Fuck that. When a man sees a skirt or a woman in her proper attire as a feminine nature, he immediately switches his attention. We can walk down the street with the worst, nigger this, motherfucker that, as soon as they can come by, they stop. Because archetypal energy and images is what they respond to, and they know better. But if they don't see the masculine and feminine principle operating at their peak performance, they don't give a shit. Women are dressing like the men, and the men are dressing like the women. Giving, caring, harmony, and beauty. That's why y'all get in the mirror all the time. Brothers, that's a task. That shit is deep. To paint and to put on the face, and they be doing it in the conditions like the car be. And you be wondering how the fuck are they, and the lines be perfect and shit, and boom, bam, bing, gone. I'm just saying, oh shit, how did she do that? And you can do it without no mirror. Bing, 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 know her face, because from the time she's this high, she get to learn her face. In the mirror, her girlfriends are painting her up, and they say, okay, this looks nice. You imagine us doing that shit? Come here, brother, let me paint you up. Of course, I'm not talking about them, I'm talking about men. See, men have a whole other form of intimacy. You got to prove yourself to be a man. There's a circle of brothers, say, like we're saying, when you get a group of brothers, like we used to, square off and play touch football, play basketball. You got the little plump kid who don't look like this, and you say, okay, well, he be the one last. He get chosen last. But he does. Remember, we used to play ball, and when we was playing ball, we had a boy named Fats, and we said, well, damn, this motherfucker's coming on our team. We said, like, God damn, man, what do we do with this shit? Man, what do we do with this, brother? This brother was like, I said, oh, shit, who is this man? We were looking at it. You know what? We chose him first, the second time. If you prove, and that's why it says, in the mess, it's conditional love. If you prove yourself, you will be respected. But today, you don't got to prove shit. That's why this is a feminist society. Because men don't have to prove they're men anymore. They just have to get credentials. And credentials is a female mechanism. See, the writers of these things like the Bible and the 7 principles of the Hermetic principle, those are male. We don't need footnotes. Footnotes is for females. When you look for footnotes to make, that means you're looking for an authority to make sure that what you're thinking is correct, and that's what females do. So even the very way we learn in Western society is feminist-based. All authority seeking is female. That's why they are driven towards their mechanical minds needs an authority to make them fixed. That's why women run the society today. You can put them into a task and they will maximize that task. Put a man in there and he'll get bored in 2 weeks and say, hell, I'm moving forward. That's why men ain't in positions of power anymore, because we would change the shit to fit us. Women will nurture it to fit the men who give them the job to do it. So they have to make sure that the males are not in positions that would risk changing the power equation in this country. They put females there. Ooh, yeah, well. But understand that there is a difference. Now, let's go to the videotape and let's deal with the negative aspects of the feminine gender. The negative manifestations of the feminine gender immediately is disloyalty. A woman can change her like that very comfortably because she essentially seeks a power equation. She is what is called hypergamous, which means she seeks power equations above her. She seeks men of power greater than her. Men, we can marry anybody we love. But women seek those who have power. It's their nature. It's not something you say, oh, look, she's a money grabber and a gold digger. No, that's bullshit. That's who she is by nature. She seeks the one who can best take care of her. But she can change her loyalties in a minute. Because just as easy as her attention can switch, she can switch. But again, she is still anchored in her love. If she does not respect you, she can be there but not be there. She will become an automatic doer. But her heart and everything about her that would give to you would not be there. Disloyalty, vacillation, either this or that. Be pulled to different loyalties. Apathy. Let the kid take care of himself. Indifference. That's the powerful one. Gossip. Whew. Oh my God. I had a taste of that in my own house when I was down in the basement listening to, and I won't call their names, in the kitchen. And they didn't think I was awake. I'll be damned. Y'all talk about the way we talk about y'all? Holy shit. It was embarrassing. I was saying, but damn, do I need to be hearing this shit? I felt like a voyeur. But the venomous shit coming out of these women, and they weren't really all women, if you know what I mean. They were there at the Sacred Woman trying to find what they thought was a woman, but was actually seeking validation for their disruptive chemistries. Because the Sacred Woman began pulling them from all over. Deceitfulness, carelessness, lack of accountability, cruelty, deception, and chaos. Now, see, the women sitting here going, There's this brother sitting next to me, and is he sounding? There's one or two things is all right, but it's all you. These are but the anchors to all the little things that you sisters know about one another, because you say, I told the brothers one day, the best way to find out what a woman learns about control of a man is to sit back and watch a mother and daughter fight. Because when the mother tries to play the daughter who's been taught by the mother knows the tactics. So she says, I know that one. And you should be taking notes. Because the fight between the two of them is about who gets the upper hand and who has been playing the other one behind the scenes. You've been working my nerves, mother, and I saw you doing it this way, this way, this way, this way, and this way. Well, know that she learned it from her mother. When you don't know what's wrong in your house, you just can't understand why is shit feeling the way it's feeling in the house. Because a woman can set certain conditions in your house, and you don't know what the fuck is going on in your mind. It's like, didn't I put this shit over here? It was over here. I remember it being over here, and I left. They can fuck with you like that. And why do I know this? Because it's happened to me. I am not, yeah, well, you can get an amen. I'm saying this not to be facetious or to come down. Just like I'm talking about the brothers, I'm talking about the sisters. I have watched how they can work your nerves very quietly, like, what do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Ooh, that irks me. See, that makes me want to fire on you. When you do that, and I know in my reasoning that there's something behind things, and my whole nature is for order and for balance, and you are unbalancing my nature, and I know something is unbalancing it, and I can't figure out what the fuck it is. It's too close, so I don't see it, but I turn to you and I'm saying, what's going on? And you say, I don't know. I know something's going on. That's what this is about. Deceitfulness, indifference, apathy. When you use those three together, you can destroy a man. You can take him apart. And it's easy to take apart a man. You know, this famous feminist thing, men, they're such children. Yes, we like being kids. We like being young boys. In fact, the world runs around our capriciousness and the way we do things. In fact, that's what you want to be. Everything we do. You see? So I lives. Now let me put this down for the edification. This is for the omniversity. Sisters have the painful task of recognizing such irresponsibility in men, and sometimes abusive men, physical and psychological. And no matter how much time or how much you think you love this man, you should get rid of him. Okay? If you think this man is not for your benefit and he has not demonstrated that he loves you, then you definitely leave him alone. It's painful because you all invest that part of yourself that's very deep. That's why you all are so mistrustful today. Because it's just haphazard. It's chaos out there. There is no order for you. Brothers, you need to check your down low gay self. All that shit. That's for all you down low, faggots, in the closet. I know it's raw, isn't it? I mean, people are going to listen to this and say, well, damn, why he got to cuss so much? Why not? Brothers and sisters, fucking other men while you pretend to be a man is psychotic. I don't give a damn. There's a boundary for male intimacy. It comes from words. It comes from action. You want to get intimate with a man? Go across from him in the football field. Get a basketball and see what you could do with your skills. You learn respect for a man when you are actually trying to better one another, and in that particular interchange, bettering yourself. You ain't bi-curious. You ain't sampling the music because you really got your own beat and you want to mix it with his. You are a raised by your mama, overworked, overbearing, undercover batty boy or batty man who, because your father was missing in action as a child, is seeking that type of masculine affection in a man. This shows that you suffer from arrested development. Arrested development. Yeah, everybody gonna start singing the song. Feminism has helped to bring such men as these out of the closet because feminism overwhelmingly supports gays, transsexuals, cross-dressers, and any other type of psychotic, perverse behaviorisms because they themselves are psychotically mutated. The movie Dawn of the Dead, which is coming to theaters March 19th, is a fitting symbology to the state of mind the people of the world are functioning in today. The parasitic elite wants us men and women to be stunted, frustrated, distracted, and confused. It is a monstrous criminal enterprise. The last thing these bastards need are fully developed, spiritually functioning human beings. All of the alphabet agencies of the government are involved in this. Somebody had a question?
No, I spoke on the cell phone.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Cell phones off.
Please.
On the old school, I speak online.
Oh, okay. Well, no problem. Just want to know if somebody has something to say. In fact, neo-feminism began its rise in the 60s with two agents of the parasitic elite, Gloria Steinem and Betty Friedan. Gloria Steinem worked for the CIA, which is to the right. Betty Friedan was a member of the Communist Party, which is on the left. The parasitic elite worked both sides of the fence. These women are considered the patron saints of feminism. That intensity is essentially created in us to move sperm from the balls out to the tip up to your womb. So when you begin to feel that, when you start to play with that clit and the clit starts making you crazy and you start going off, you're feeling what a man feels. Twice as much. Why? Because your body is twice as sensitive as us. So yeah, it's going to feel twice as much. You're going to take the yang and use the yang energy inside of your body. So it's going to be 10 times the work on your nerves. That's why after you work that bad boy for a long period of time, you cannot get turned on by a man. Women who use tools can't get turned on by a man. When you got that vibrator,
They call them toys.
oh yes, erotic toys. When that shit is going up, there's no man that can sustain that. I don't care how strong his tongue is, he cannot sustain that much energy with them batteries. It's no competition. It's mechanical. And in that mechanical, you lost the touch that you have with the male because you are raising the male energy in yourself. You're not accepting it and surrendering to it. You're dominating it and forcing it upon yourself, which turns it around so you can't feel the male anymore. All you do is feel the automatic stimulation. You don't feel him. You just feel the end result of what he evokes in you. That interim exchange of fluids and energies and the breath and the touch and the love, all of that is gone. You jump right from, okay, feeling horny, coming back to that point, period on the way. All right, now follicles are growing, blood is rushing to the area, feeling a little antsy. Hey, how you doing? You know the energy when y'all start calling. Hi. Yeah, what's up? I don't know. What you doing? You're feeling antsy now. That's the energy. Now, he's not around. Boom, you go straight from the feeling that would be exchanged. The way that it's a process. Sex is a process. And the reason for that is to protect you. The process of sex is so debilitating to the female that if certain chemicals are not excreted before the sex act happens, it becomes detrimental to the physical body of the woman. That's why, brothers, it ain't about you getting a stiffy and then leaping on her and say, okay, I'm ready, baby, let's go. We got a minute? Go. It don't work like that for the sisters. Brothers, that is so insensitive. See, you start hot and become cold. She starts cold and gets hot. By the time you finish, you think you worked, she can go another hour. The energy is you got to pace yourself with that woman because hers is the I am. She is the am, which means she can keep on going like the Energizer Bunny. If you work it to that point where you nurture the feeling from deep within her, and you got to stir the love. You stir the love, sisters, by surrendering your power. The most intense sexual interchange between man and woman is when a woman submits herself unconditionally. She gives in and says, take this body, I am not resisting, that is it. Have it. It's yours. Any kind of control on it, you lost it altogether. Sisters, if you try to organize it and say, well, listen, just off to the left, and that's because you think that the ancestors been telling, these feminists been telling you, okay, tell him he got to do it this way and he got to do it that way. You start instructing a man, that shit goes down. Fuck that. If you start instructing him, he will feel that he don't have the ability to dominate. He don't have the ability to take you the way he knows he should. And brothers, learn how to take a woman. See, all of that is, all the shit you talk with your friends, that bullshit, Matter of fact, here. Brothers, reclaim your manhood. How do you reclaim your manhood? When you're in the bathroom, you're supposed to clean your ass. Wash your ass. Oh, that's a favorite one. But let me tell you something. I learned. See, when the seat is up, we know the motherfucker's clean. See, women who don't put the seat up and ain't accustomed to putting the seat up, when they be shitting, them splatter get all over the bottom, and you want us to put our hand down there and pull it up? Because y'all forget to clean the motherfucker. Lift that shit up. A woman who live by herself, who don't have no man in there. Lift it up. That'll test you to let you see. She'll clean the top. Think about that, women. Because y'all don't pull it up automatically, you don't look under the seat. But we do. But, whoa. Fucking mold is growing. And that's the real deal. See, there's little things that turn shit off. Now, I got raw for a reason now. This is how we talk with one another. This is how family shares. But there are certain things that you must take a prerequisite for, and that's the thing about women. Women set moods. Women are the mood makers of society. You want to set a mood for a man, you change the mood inside of the house. You smell, when he puts his face against the nape of your neck, he is turned on just by the nape, because that's a turn on for men. That's why we came up behind you. We like coming up behind you a lot. Come up behind you and grab your titties like that. See, we remember that. We remember that from back with Mama. That's where we go back. See, you say, oh, you looking for your mama. You motherfucking right. I'm looking for my mama. I love my mama. And that's who you become. Come up behind you and grab that. Or, when you're back there, we show you our possession. We like to grab your ass. Hey, no. Fuck that. That's mine. That's mine. That's mine. That's what a man does. When he hugs you, you see how he hugs you? Hey, baby. Bang. It's mine. He wouldn't hug anybody. Say, how you doing, baby? We're like, bang, no. That's possession. 9/10. So when we do that, you're accustomed to it. Boom, you're going to grab your ass. All right. Squeeze. All right. It's all good. There are little things that keep the intimacy. You know what I'm saying? But smelling good is one of them. Smelling good and being clean is the foundation of intimacy. Brothers, approach with confident masculinity that is non-threatening. This appeals to a woman's higher gynic instincts. When you are confident, strong, and you exude masculinity, she's melting. She's doing everything she can to stay focused. She's sensing your animal magnetism, your strength. She's pulling your strength at you. The conversation is secondary. She's feeling you. And how you come to her with respect. See, the thing is, a faggot doesn't know how to approach a woman. A faggot man who is a faggot inside and pretending to be a man, he don't know how to approach a woman. A man knows how to approach a real woman. But a man who is, the ones who do the brutality, those are the faggots inside. Because why? Polarity says that if inside of me I've got more girl, then I'm going to be resisted by that female energy. Because two likes repel one another. So a man who is not strong and in touch with his masculinity, as I put in my book, The Wounded Womb, he, by his opposite polarity to himself, will automatically be completely contrary to the feminine nature. So he'll attack that. You see. So a man knows how to approach a woman if he's respectful, and a woman, being receptive, knows how to deal or knows how to gauge if it's a man. A woman can tell if you got girl in you. Immediately. Do not approach a girl you wish, this is to the young brothers and sisters, you wish to get to know while she is with a pack of her friends. Oh, I taught my son that. She will embarrass you by keeping to the feminine code of remaining aloof and unavailable. But remember, if she likes you, this is just a test. Because if she likes you, and you approach and she says, because I did it so many times, embarrassing, young, you get to learn. If you talk about rejection, brothers learn rejection early. You sisters teach us rejection. Some of us don't know how to handle it. Bitch and all that shit, that's because you don't have a father to teach you how to be with a woman. There are ways to speak to sisters. When you're speaking to her, you speak with respect, she'll respond with respect. If she doesn't have that particular mental acumen, move on, because she wasn't ready for you anyway. So as you're looking at it, you never, when the pack of girls, see the girls go out together for security. There is an automatic ring pass not. There's a fine one in the middle of that patch, and you say, damn, I want that girl. Brother, you thinking, oh, man, she got all her friends, and they're talking, and they're looking. Know that they scanned the room, and they already know all the men that's in there. They know which one was cute, and they say, okay, well, he comes over. No, I ain't going to say to him, that one, make sure he don't come over here. You make sure he goes. They already got the tacticians. They're waiting for you. They position themselves in the places so you can see them. Now you, like a fool, think that you can just walk up. No, they won't allow it. No, what do you mean? You never approach a woman like that. You've got to catch her in places where she is amenable to being approached. When she breaks off into the halves, say there's 5 or 6 of them, and they break off into twos, then you're now becoming available. The tactical. Oh yeah, it's all about this is the game of love. You learn it, maybe too late, but you learn it. You get all the bruises from it. I didn't give a shit. If there was a pack there and I wanted to see, I'll go right there. Embarrassment? I don't give a shit. Thank you very much, sister. Thank you. Didn't want to dance? Fine. You know, my manhood is secure. But if she does this, if she really likes you, she'll find a way to position herself for you to talk to her again. And if you're a man and you sense that, and you can pick up the signal, I'll tell you what is a signal. Check this out. Brothers, female energy. She's sitting there. She has a drink and she's scoping and she's looking like, I'm unconcerned with everything going on in here. I'm just here to be seen and to be adored. I look good and I know it. You may approach, but if I don't want you to approach, I'll let you know. You position yourself across from her. Here's the test. A woman has certain actions that she automatically will give you. You don't know it because you don't know the signals of the feminine energy. When a woman is interested in you or not interested in you, she has a drink in her hand or whatever she is, you look at her, she looks at you, she's looking away like this. She ain't interested. If she is interested, she looks down. That is submission. She has given you permission to approach. But you don't know shit. It's like, well, damn, should I go? Should I go? And she's got to try to keep cool. Come on, motherfucker. Damn, you didn't get the hint yet? But we are not, see, we don't know that there are certain subtle signals that women who are about subtleties. That's why they look at you up and down to see who you are, you know? And that thing about the shoes, that's real. That's to see whether you could take care of them. My mother said, if his shoes look like they've been working in, that's the one you go for. The nigga with the clean shoes, you don't want him. See? That's because that nigga lazy. The other nigga work for a living. That's why these brothers don't understand when you start dealing with these shoes that don't look like you work. That's a female thing. Because if you got a damn Timberland that's a goddamn construction work boot and you don't have a scratch on it, that means you ain't good for shit. Because to have a work boot means you're going to work in the damn thing. You got a scratch or a scuff on it, you go buy a whole other goddamn pair of Timberlands. That's some dumb shit. That's some female shit. So when I see a nigga there with shoes that look like he just walked in, put the motherfucker from the display on, and he's walking down the street, there's nothing ruffled on him. And he's walking the streets clean as a mother. I say, wait up. He don't look really like a mannequin. The tag is on it. Even the sole is clean. He washes the bottom of the motherfucker. That's a real bitch. Holy shit, a goddamn work boot that you don't work in. Oh my God. They don't bend the shoes. You can't bend the shoes. They don't bend the shoes. You can't bend the shoes. A scuff and a crease, that's fucked up. I got to find another $120 because there's a crease in my boot. That's psychotic, brothers. That's some sick shit. I got something for you. Y'all ready? Yeah. What the fuck is this?
Can you buy I don't want to read it.
I know. It's all right, but we are in the think tank right now, so we got to look at the conditions we got to face outside. All right? Now, rolling out. You better be rolling out. Urban Style Weekly. Now, first and foremost, the woman that the man in the front is look like another man.
Right.
And look at this. This is, looking at this situation, you see that there is no contact. It's just an automatic thing. It's mechanical. Meanwhile, this motherfucker is over here thinking he's drifting off into space. He's up in the high heavens thinking about this nigga. See, these women are focusing it on me like, help me, please. I am with a faggot. Somebody. And I know this got to be some kind of transsexual. This ain't no motherfucking woman. Yeah, look at that. Hairy armpits and shit. I ain't got nothing no bad with it. You know, come on. Goddamn, it's hygiene it's called. Gay, bi, or straight. Defining sexuality today. What do you mean defining sexuality today? Sexuality has been defined from the beginning of I am. Who is defining gay, bi, or straight? Of course it's the pink people. Roll it out. So now you have this. This is symbolical. Right here. This is what they call today bi-curious. It's deep because these undercover brothers who's pretending. Now, I remember that Sister Shahrazad Ali was dealing with the down low situation with the AIDS, but the connection ain't there. The actual connection is that we have lost masculinity, thus manhood. Put that back into the equation. When men are powerless, these are the, what they call peripheral pathologies that come up from that. Men need power to feel like and act like men. If we do not have power, then we fall to the level of those feeling powerlessness or those who abdicate power for love or for gain. And this is exactly what Francis Cress was talking about. Men have turned to faggots so that they don't have to fight the system because the system is at war with manhood. So they abdicate. The cops don't be pulling over faggots and tapping them down. They go after the warriors. All right? Now, this is deep right here. Now look at what they say here. It's not just a kiss. Why the modern woman is left in the lurch. We know why the modern woman is left in the lurch. We studying the situation right now. And it says here, I was just about to launch a drive to repeal the 19th Amendment. A friend who is a historian and a conservative said to me last week, but I've just read your new book and now I guess I won't be able to get much support. He was joking, of course, about trying to deny women the right to vote. But he went on to argue seriously that modern society and culture have been feminized. Now remember, back in 1989, I was saying this shit, but nobody was paying attention at the time. We have been feminized, and that this process is undermining, hello, Western civilization. Now you're hating me because I'm standing here saying that there ain't no men left. Present company in here excluded. Now, unless y'all are down low and y'all fooling the fuck out of me while you're here. Any gay, come on. You wouldn't put your hand up even if you did. Don't, spin a pendulum on you. See, I didn't say this. This was Robert S. McElvain. It says here, young women are hooking up. But what? They aren't getting happy. Young women are hooking up, but they're not happy. Why? Because they're not hooking up with men. Men make you happy, sisters. I don't care what the fuck they're trying to sell you. Men make you happy. Men make you feel like women. I mean real men, not these boys with swinging dicks who pretend to be men. The ones that are being molded by the society to give you every fucking thing you want because you don't want that. Trust me. Because every time we give you everything you want, you disrespect us. You don't want everything you ask for. That's just a test. That's just a test. I'm not going to give you everything you want. Don't ask me. That's all right. I'll break the motherfucker again. This is the shaft. What's missing out of your schools is dicks teaching. Too many women teaching. Too many accommodationalists. Undermining Western civilization. One often hears such assessments these days, usually off the record from conservative men. A new study produced by a conservative women's group show how mistaken this analysis is. Hooking up, hanging out, and hoping for Mr. Right college women on mating and dating today. A report commissioned by Independent Women's Forum, all feminists, all from the Rockefeller Foundation. Having casual sex with no hint of commitment, more and enjoying it less. A woman must feel commitment for her to enjoy sex. Try just dealing with a booty call with a woman who's sick and tired of just a dick. They'll tell you, well, I don't feel a commitment. I've done it your way, and you have not shown me what it is that I need to do or you need to do. You're not giving me any further instructions. All you're doing is bending me over or kicking my knees behind my ears. I'm over with that. I need a commitment. That's what you hear from them. I need a commitment. And you go, oh, shit. Why? Because you've been taught not to take responsibility. Remember, the master said, all you got to do is just fertilize that cow, and I take care of what comes from it. See, they done trained you, brothers. Just deposit the sperm, the byproduct of that, I take care of it. It's my property anyway. Women are not getting happy. What else are they saying? This is a young man's dream world. No, it's not. It's not. It becomes unhappy. Women to women, women to women. Oh, I want to please every woman. No, hell no. It becomes crazy after a while. If you don't commit, you want to be a polygamous relationship, you got to commit to the women that's in that relationship as if that's it. You've closed out that circle. Otherwise, you're just susceptible to anything. You're just a pimp with a corral. If you are dealing with women, you have to understand and understand that they are planets, and every planet has a season that must be dealt with. As that world turns around the sun, and as it spins around the sun, it changes its sides. And if you don't understand each side, so you understand all four of those seasons that's in her, then you just got a wayward planet that's going to completely leave your orbit and find another one. Know that as a man dealing with polygamous situations, that each woman is an individual. And that the thing is that you can look up and have them love each other as sisters, not as sisters. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about sisters who care for one another, who care in the way that they care inside of them for the other girl to be happy. In other words, that's the nature of a woman, to want to give happiness. If she wants to give happiness to a sister, and you are the point of, or you're receiving that happiness, you're the luckiest man alive. Because with a woman's love, understand and understand that is a commitment. That is a surrender of her power to you. When a woman loves you, she's surrendering power. If she wants to get next to you and she says, this is okay, I'm equal here, we're going to share this power here, you'll do this, that's bullshit. What she is actually dealing with is a business merger. And what happens is, it turns out to be you being bunked up with a college frat mate. It is not a commitment. What happens essentially is that the man, when a woman is equal and she feels that, she wants to be equal and independent, he in his nature becomes redundant. In other words, he has no necessity in that relationship. His necessity is to be empowered by his power. He will use his power for the betterment of the two of you. But if you feel you got power to deal with, he can't love you because he needs to feel that you are submitting to that power so he can be the man for you. If you want to be the man and the woman, he's going to turn off. And then that's the man that says, fuck you, I'm going to find me a woman. And she's the one who calls up and says, well, you can't imagine. I didn't even know he had this other woman. Well, check yourself. A lot of women complain about what men do, but they don't know what they're doing to the men to make men do this and that. If you are a woman, I'm telling you, if you got a good man and you see those qualities in him, surrender that power to build him up so that he can be for you. You don't understand that power. You've been taught otherwise, that I am your competitor and a predator if you don't do like I say. No, it's not like that. See what's happening today. There is really nothing new about this finding. See? They're saying there is nothing new about this finding. It is reminiscent of a troubling scene in much less... There's a lot of freedom and everything, and who can go against that? That many women could be against free love is rarely suggested, because women are equal with men. You hear what it says? And equality is mistakenly taken for a synonym for congruence, to be a synonym for congruence. The sexual revolution has produced something that would be difficult to characterize as a feminized culture. In fact, what has been happening in the modern world is largely the opposite of what my friend thinks he detects. The all-conquering Weltanschauung today is that of neoclassical economics. All the world is but a marketplace where every man and woman must play a part based solely on self-interest. You see what he's saying? Now, a woman's self-interest is her man and her family. But what they have done in feminism is to make a woman believe her self-interest is her. And have told men and taught men that his self-interest is her. So now she's confused, because if she focuses self-interest totally in herself, that means she's leading by attrition and not understanding why the man is not responding. So what does she do? She goes to other women. And what is this thing with other women? It's this, okay, I have tried to be controlled by men, but I'm taught that to be controlled by a man is a sign of weakness. So to empower myself, I will now choose to be with a woman who pretty much now, as I am, is independent. But what happens to a union like this? It goes nowhere. It becomes essentially a way for the two of them to pretty much just bounce off of one another the same problems that they could solve if they were each with a man. They can't find it with each other, so what they've got is a kind of complacent companionship where they essentially nurture each other in the newfound mentality that the society has taught them. They nurture each other like this. So I look at the situation, I see who's on top and who's on the bottom. So I don't give a fuck if you're a woman looking for another woman, one of y'all playing the men. Let me go forward real quick. Today, you go from bisexual and rolling out, and then you get this bullshit. It's the women's turn! To do what? To eat pussy. Men now in this other thing, queer guys for the something skies or some shit. I don't know what the fuck that is. You got these 5 fucking faggots running around telling you, oh, you don't look this way, darling. We're going to change you around. I wish they'd roll up on me. If any of them queer motherfuckers come in there, I'm getting a baseball bat, and they can put this on the next news. Queer guys from the something skies gets their asses kicked. Gay basher whips the shit out of these motherfuckers. I will beat them senseless. Goddamn faggots coming up there and telling me, doesn't he look fabulous? The L Word joins Queer as Folk on Showtime. Faggotry is blooming today. It's the thing. She says, Tricks in Between, Ms. What's-Her-Name plays a woman involved in both lesbian and straight relationships, says she pushed for nudity because she wanted more truth. Women of the word. But the L Word, where Krishna is exposed to the most and perhaps her meatiest role yet. Mia is the bravest and boldest of the actors because she wants to get down and love this woman. She wants to sex her on stage. This is the sickness, this is the smut that they're pushing to your children on Showtime. See? And of course, the new role models the Flexin' Texan. Flexin' Texans will be well represented when pro card aspirants come after the 23rd for annual NPC National Championships, which is returning to Dallas for the first this year. The women's heavyweight class will be heavier yet. Now, brothers, I'm going to tell you this. If you get turned on by this, you are a faggot. All you brothers, and they always got this shit on TV. Oh, I like me a strong woman. I like me a strong woman. No, you don't. You like men. A strong woman doesn't show her strength by being able to bench press 120 pounds. To tell me that she could flex and give me biceps like that. Those ain't real tits. Look at them shit. You can see it's silicone. Look at that shit. Look at that. That's a man. That is a man. She has become overtly testosterone toxic. That is a estrogen challenged woman. And this is the mentality. See, when a woman is insecure with herself, fearful of men, to conquer men, she becomes a man. To conquer the man inside of her so that the part of her feeling weak no longer has to show itself, she becomes this monstrosity. To protect herself. Because no man has protected her. This is essentially a overt expression of what the women today are supposed to be like. But you know what? Your bodies weren't made for this, so it's breaking down. Fibroid tumors, cysts, cancer, all of the different diseases that's breaking out in 110% has come about specifically because women have adopted this mentality. A little politics. Y'all forgot this headline, didn't y'all? Three-quarters of the British Parliament were supposed to be indicted because they were part of a massive worldwide pedophilia ring that led directly into the White House. They hurried up and hushed this up. Your president, George Bush, is a faggot. The quiet part that you don't realize is that to become a member of Skull and Bones, you must be initiated by one of the eldest seniors in the school. Do you know who initiated Bush?
Cheney.
John Kerry. The one he running against. John Kerry. Okay, this is Skull and Bones. This is their connection. We know about it. But we don't know that the films exist between George Bush, John Kerry, and Mayor Ash in Tennessee. All three of them were homosexual bunkmates. Not only that, they have film of Ash and Bush fucking in the coffin. Two journalists in France were killed because they were about to put that photograph out. Not only that, word is from the underground that 3 of the Secret Service quit because Ash and Bush go to this little club in Texas where they be cavorting and in the hot tub fucking and playing games. Bush got a phone call with the Secret Service there. The Secret Service heard the phone call, and it was Ash crying like a woman. Why? Because he found out he was HIV positive. That's why Ash is in the hospital now. And Bush has been getting shots and injections of interferon because he's been breaking out with sores in the inside of his mouth. You don't know that, do you? Yeah, I know. The whole dirt is getting ready to come out. Now, wouldn't it be deep? Now, let me just let's throw something out there to the think tank. Wouldn't it be deep if they pull out the covers and show Kerry at the last minute being the fag that he is? Wouldn't that be deep? If he did that and found out that he and Bush were fuckmates, to salvage the shit, they would either have to completely negate the election in some way, because they could either blow up a bomb, fuck up the subway system, do something to circumvent the elections this year, and step in with old favorites. Hillary Clinton. Wouldn't it be interesting, because remember, Hillary went to the CFR. Oh, you don't know that she is Queen Dyke of Washington Row? All y'all need, you act like you know now. Big Sister was given the okay to run for the presidency by the CFR 2 years ago. Council. Those are the kingmakers. Those are the ones created by the Vatican and the Black Pope. CFR is run by the Black Pope. And who is the leader of the world? What's his name? Von Kovenbach. Very good. You're all good students. You're all hitting it off there. He runs the planet. All wars that you see are actually crusades. Bush gave it away. He called it a crusade. Remember, the whole thing of the Knights Templar is to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem and sit the fucking Pope on the throne to rule the world from that spot. They already got the schematics. And where are they going to actually build it? Right there on the Temple Mount, at the Mosque of Al-Aqsa. Once that shit gets blown up, that's when the holy jihad of the planet is going to take up. Because they have to build the temple on the spot where the high holy temple of Islam is. So they have to destroy that mosque, and that is the center of Islam. If they hit that, then a worldwide jihad is going to be launched, and America is going to be fucked. Another scenario. The Queen Bee, remember, she put forth legislation before the United Nations to say that the parents of the planet are not good enough parents. She put forth legislation to take your children and to become world citizens. The United Nations are going to be taking over your children because she put forth legislation with the other feminists to state, and I will quote, Oh yeah, Queen Elizabeth and the other member of the royal family. Well, Bush, do you know that Big Bush and Little Bush have joint accounts with the Queen of England? $150 billion account split down the middle. They're related. Remember, were you there at my last lecture when I showed you that Colin Powell is related to George Bush? Oh, you all didn't get that one, did you? Oh, shit. Now, this is not a very good likeliness, but I want you to see this. Look very carefully, brothers and sisters. Her name is Simone de Beauvoir. She is the neo-feminist founder of feminism in the United States. And she said, no woman, she said it right here, and I got it in an interview with the Saturday Review, June 14th, 1975, quote, no woman should be authorized to stay at home and raise her children. Women should not have that choice because if there is such a choice, too many women will make that one. Yes. So feminism is not about choice. It's about destroying masculine authority. Because when you destroy masculine authority, you make good slaves of the rest of the population. You wouldn't allow no motherfucker to come in and tell your family what to do. Not if you're a man. I'm going down. I will kill every one of my family before I give them to you. I will die defending my family before I give any of them over to your ass. Never. My son, you know the draft is coming. He ain't going. Fuck you and the boat you come in on. You are not taking my seed. Hell no. You see. Now, I'm closing it out here, and so we can touch upon a couple of things. I want you to. This is some information I took outside of my book. This is in my book. This is a woman. Her name is. This woman. She's a core of confidence. She says down here, training with weights puts me in touch with my body. It's different sensations, good and bad. Training puts me in touch with my core. What core? Well, the core usually tells you what it is by the expression on the surface. Check. What fucking core is she? She's a man. She is fearful of the feminine, so she has to override that programming because she is fearful of her femininity. Women who are afraid of their femininity, the first thing they do is a natural response. The first thing a woman does who is afraid of her femininity is to become a man. The one thing that she hates the most, she becomes. That's psychotic. Dykes come up to me and they be doing their thing. They walk with their masculine shit. I say, you hate men. Why do you hate men and act like men? That's psychotic. That's schizophrenia. That is fucking schizophrenia. So they say, well, I do it better. No, you don't. I have the dick, so I have to do it better. You can strap a motherfucker on, but it ain't the same. You can think that you're stroking and that you're getting something from it, but there is nothing to it. There's nothing being attached. You have to have a dick to know what a dick is. The dick is wonderful. We like our dicks just as easily as you name the girls. We name the dicks. We name it, we love it, we play with it, and every time you see we have a chance, we always grab at it. We always have to make sure it's all right. You ever notice that, girls? It's unconscious. It's like, why you gotta grab it? Because it's there. We love it. It is us. This is the power that drives life. It is in these balls. Just one shot, mind you, can repopulate the planet. One shot! And remember, we can do it long after 70 and 80 years of age. So the sisters are saying, well, you are so immature. We mature faster than you. Yeah, and you go out faster than we do. It takes a while for men to become men because men have a longer task and a greater task. Not greater in sense where we're trying to compete with you, but because of who we are, we have the ability to continue going. We keep the sperm alive as long as we're healthy. Now, you can do the same, sisters, if you stop bleeding. It is your bleeding that destroys you over a period of time. There is no such thing as menopause. That is new. It's brand new to your menstrual cycle. You didn't start having babies until you were 50. Back in the day. You were still children at that time. When you try to grow your child up too quickly, quick to ripe, quick to rot. So if you try to grow your child up too quickly, too soon, look at that shit. Penis envy chic. That's what it's called. Penis envy chic. That's some dumb shit. That's what it says. Penis envy chic. When women dress like men. And if you're in pants, you're dressing like a man. Now look at this shit. Well, no, what you do is, see, the thing about it is, and that's the other part of it that you don't understand. A woman's heat actually comes from layering her clothing. In the Western, of course, Western society being what it is, and we're living up there with the Iceman, we're supposed to be wearing skins. That's why the natives hunted buffalo. There ain't no skin wearing in Africa unless you have a position of chiefdom. You weaved cloth to deal with the atmosphere. But if it's 60 below zero, you ain't supposed to be living there. Life does not flourish in a refrigerator. It flourishes in an incubator. If there are certain mitigating circumstances, you will find that a woman is warmer when she wraps in layers. And those skirts are all the way to the ground. And she wraps in layers. Her body then insulates more heat, because if you're wearing pants, your body is actually giving off heat. You see, pants were worn by men because men can create heat better than you can. Why? Because first and foremost, our lungs are larger than yours. And because it's larger, we get hotter faster. What happens, our testosterone heats us. Testosterone is an androsterone, and it burns us. So when it gets a little chilly, the sisters say, oh, it's a little chilly. Brothers, you take your coat off, don't mean nothing. You're not cold? No, cool. because we generate heat better than the sisters. Sisters do not generate heat well, so they wrap themselves in swaddling clothing. That's why you see that there are African women in the desert in swaddling clothes to keep cool. What makes you think that they can't wrap themselves the same way in swaddling clothes to keep warm? And it depends on the cloth that you use and how you insulate the body. Specific cloths woven and wrapped in layers traps the heat of the body in between the folds, and you are warmer than if you have on pants, which are meant to dispel heat because we build it up so deeply in us. So when you wear this, if you are becoming more and more tolerant of colds while you're wearing this skin-tight pants, know that that's because you're becoming more agitated and less sensitive to the fact that your body no longer reacts to the irritation that the pants are giving to you. Women, gynic women can't wear pants for long because their nature, their thighs themselves it would be too irritating to their thighs. But if they're taught that, then they become desensitized, just like you could be slapping something for a long period of time, and then after you do that, you don't feel it anymore. It ain't the same. You think that, okay, I'm wearing pants because this is what you're supposed to do. But if you feel comfortable constantly wearing pants as women, know that you have been desensitized as a woman. And that when you put on your skirt, women tell me, oh, when I take these pants off, it's like, oh, it's so freeing. It feels so wonderful. Yes, because that's your clothing. And I remember at one of my gatherings of the masters, one of the Mexican women, what was her name? La Abuela. Margarita. Right. La Abuela. Remember when she came to the gathering of the masters and said, women, start putting back on your skirts. And this was a high medicine woman. She wasn't wondering about her style and all that bullshit. She knew the science of being a woman. And that there are ways of staying warm without dealing with becoming a man and losing your sensitivity. Look at this shit. This was actually at a fashion show. This was a fashion show where they were trying to introduce a line for men to be with women. Yes, this is a boy. They were trying to introduce a new line, you know, so that, so now what do you have? On your television, and I showed you this before, you got the women hanging out, and this time you see, okay, on The Simpsons, what you gonna do? It says, what could make Madge go from ironing clothes to pumping iron? He says, she has the six-pack, I've got the keg. Full hour, The Simpsons. Look at Madge. Madge ain't even got no more tits. But that's even deeper because when you look at the situation and you think that you've seen it all, right down after Madge comes on, then you have this King of the Hill come on, and look at his one there. This is in the same TV guide. What are they pushing? Has Luann got what it takes to be a professional boxer? It's not too late to take a dive. What is he saying? He's saying, stop the bullshit. Huh? King of the Hill. Full hour. And remember, this starts. He said this is a full hour. That was a full hour. What are they trying to tell with a full hour? This is a half-hour show, but they made this subject an hour. I'll tell you why. Because what they're doing is they're conditioning us, and this is real because this came right out of a magazine for this. That is a man. Now here's the deal. This is Gendercide. Now, you know, do I bring it to you or do I bring it to you? What they have now learned to do, and this is what they're conditioning the gay population for. The women don't want to have the babies. So what they're doing now is that they're saying that there are certain gay men that they've been dealing with who can actually carry a baby to term and have it removed by cesarean. The baby is placed on an area of the intestines that can stretch to accommodate the baby, so that men can now feel what it's like to carry babies. This came out of, I know, you got to stop, I know that the sensibilities of the men now are becoming a lot more, but you have to see, you're in the think tank now. This is what you're dealing with. Now know that this came out of a woman's magazine. Not only that, Arnold Schwarzenegger did it.
All right. Yeah.
He even did another thing on the offshoot of that called Twins. That's right. What we are watching, beloved brothers and sisters, is the demise of gender. Did I call it right by saying gendercide? You're damn skippy. Here we go. We're going on to the next stage. You remember this?
Oh, yeah.
Now that was deep. I remember, and I told it the last lecture, I was in there and some brother said, man, you got to see this shit go there. Listen, I'm not going to tell you what it is, brother. But when it happens at the end, when it reveals itself, man, you're going to be shocked. I walked in there, I said, okay, what the fuck is going on here? I'm sitting there, and I'm waiting, and I'm seeing all these gay people walk in. I'm saying, what the fuck is this? I'm saying, okay. So everybody's walking in, and I saw this down in the area of the village kind of energy, where you have these progressive-looking white women who are, look like men. So I'm sitting there, and I'm by myself, and I'm saying, okay, I got my pad and pen, and I'm waiting for something to happen. And they give you a shot from behind, and then it goes around. And I'm looking, and I'm saying, and it's quiet, And I'm looking, I'm saying, they show a shot. I said, oh, shit, that's a fucking man. Everybody turns around. Look what you did. What the fuck am I going to wait to tell you that's a man? Is this the big motherfucking secret? I had to figure this out. It takes me half the movie to know this is a man in drag. Same motherfucker that played in Stargate as our man. I didn't have to wait around till he told him when he came there this man had a swinging dick so he could go in the bathroom and throw up. I knew he was a man. Why? Because I'm a man. And there are other movies going to be coming out just like this. Because, no, I don't remember the name of the movie. The Crying Game. Right, the fucking Crying Game. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Huh? Do you have the movie? No, I wouldn't buy the motherfucker. That shit is sickening. I didn't even want to look at that. It's stupid. Here's your scientists at work. Gay surprise for ape researchers. Gay orangutans have been spotted in Sumatra. Now, these motherfuckers went out looking for gay orangutans. Listen, researchers say this is the first time homosexual behavior has been seen in the wild populations. What did I tell you about the degenerative cycle of humanity and the planet? Now you say, oh my God, gay. It must be all right. The animals are doing it. Only 2 of the 4 males which took part were sexually mature, and both of these were also seen mating with females. So there you have your down low syndrome. Until now, homosexual behavior has only been seen among captive orangutans or rehabilitated animals which have had close contact with humans. Hello, somebody. Ain't that what the motherfuckers do to you in jail? They rehabilitate you. And what the hell happens to you while you're in jail? They turn you into faggots. Other great apes known to take part in homosexual behavior, including male mountain gorillas, female take part in homosexual behavior, including male mountain gorillas, female and male baboons, bonobos, and humans. Now let's check this out. Remember, I said, yes, he's considered an ape. Remember I told you that as an ape, as society begins to degenerate, everything begins to happen to them. You want to know why it is that they're destroying men and how it is? You can see the evidence of it. Check it out. Eggs fertilized with laboratory-made sperm. You want to deal with the obsoleting of males? Look at this. A feminist writes, are men obsolete? And she goes on to prove that we are. That today, the technologies are making men obsolete. Remember I told you that men are inventing themselves into obsolescence. We're going on quickly. And I introduced this again at my last lecture, so it was pertinent for Gendercide. I figured I would do this. Sisters, you have orgasm at the touch of a button. Women around the world are being told they can now have an orgasm at the touch of a button. How do they do it? You go down to the edge of the foot where there's a wushu point right there by the ankles. You attach a clip to the ankles and you start dealing with charges, and then it gets her pre-ready for sex. So you can step past all the kissing and everything. It's like, come on over here, woman. Let me latch you up. You turn her on, you clip her on, you let her wait to cook a little bit like a microwave. She gets juicy, you throw her on there, and you're good to go because she's coming without you. She don't give a shit about waiting to get you to that state. You're not sensitive enough for me. I'll have to do it myself. Again, another way to make women independent of men. Where do I get this kind of shit? Don't ask me. I go looking for it. Here we go. Are you seeing the trend and the change? Girls overtake boys for bad behavior. Girls are hanging out. Boys are staying home. Whoa, we're playing video games. The sisters are saying, listen, you're dealing with the video games more than me now. What happened to courtship? Fuck courtship. I got my video games. PlayStation, and right there, PlayStation. Teenage girls are drinking, smoking, and taking drugs in greater numbers than ever before. Why? Because they're too busy trying to find an authority figure that they're supposed to have found in their fathers, who are supposed to train through their mothers how to find that right man so that they can defer that authority. Not there. Don't have it. What's happening? I'll tell you what's happening. You want to know why things are happening the way they are? Remember, I told you that as we begin to degenerate, we begin to see more evidence of that degeneration. Let me show you. Now, from little boys, from little girls to little boys, the next logical step for this downward spiral of these motherfuckers is to animals. And check out the story. The story is deep because it goes to where it is it came from. It's returning back. Remember that who you are and what you are will always come out in the wash. Under stress, you end up showing who you are. So with a stressful mentality and with a stressful consciousness, this is what happens. Swedish people are having more sex with animals. Listen carefully. Animal sex is not illegal in Sweden. And every year about 200 to 300 pets are injured because of sexual assaults. It puts a whole new meaning to George Clinton's, why must I chase the cat? Why must I be like that? Nothing but the dog in me. You are animal. When you start acting, yes, you in the dog, good one. When you start becoming degenerated in your instincts, remember we said, and the reason why it took so much time to deal with the metaphysics, when you begin to degenerate the instincts of the human nature, this is what you become. The higher instincts are gone from these people. The estimate was presented by Svenska Veterinärförbundet did what? The Swedish Veterinary Organization. And it is now trying to make the authorities and the public more aware of animals' suffering. The organization claims the problem has increased during the last couple of years, even if most people are unaware of it. We have seen an increase since 1999 when child pornography became illegal. See, this is where it came from. Said John Beck. It appears, in other words, as there are some people who have replaced children with animals. In both circumstances, it is sex on defenseless individuals. The injuries inflicted on animals after sexual assault are the same character as those children get. Check that out. That means that their anus, everything. Can you imagine that shit? It's disgusting. But that's all right. That's exactly where we are headed. When I said at the beginning that everything was degenerated below the level of humanity, I was not kidding. But then I told you that if you're saying homosexuality is real and that it was natural, then why is it that the animals are only becoming homosexual after they become exposed to pollution. Pollution changes the sex of the whales. So if it's doing it to the whales and the baboons and to the apes, what makes you think that it's not doing it to us? That's the deep, dark secret. The fact that they have estrogenic materials in this society that's fucking over the males, who carries the characteristics over in his children, is why we are creating all these homosexuals are coming out of the closet today. They don't know why they're coming out. They don't know why they're appearing, but they're appearing for a reason. There's always a reason. Male whales, dolphins, and seals are the latest animals to show of developing sex. Check it out. Signs of developing female sex organs. As a result of pollution, scientists say. The wide range of animals also domesticated hermaphroditic traits in mollusks and the polar bears. Check it. There is now increasingly convincing data about marine animals. Listen, people. Otters, whales, dolphins, and seals that seem to be suffering in some cases, in some areas, the syndrome of feminization. Yes. Now understand and understand, if the animals are suffering feminization, what makes you think that this crazy shit that we see happening here is not based upon a planned orchestration to destroy the masculine principle and thus the family principle? Because if it is changing everything into a feminine, that means to destroy the male is to bring everybody under the female rubric of functionally what the male does, are dangerous because they become privately empowered. A man is about being privately empowered, not a woman. They know too much and know how to find out what they don't by themselves without consulting experts. Who consults experts? Women. The cryptic attack is against the masculine principle, beloved. And this is no, denigration or attack on the feminine principle. This is to speak about where the attack is being grouped. Brothers and sisters, let me give you a secret, sisters. Let me show you a little secret. And then we're closing out for a quick question and answer period. Beloved queens, beloved sisters, goals of femininity became part of the education of millions of girls. Homemaking, childbearing and rearing, cooking, the virtues of patience, lovingness, givingness in marriage have all been systematically devalued. The life of male achievement has been substituted for the life of female achievement. Now, that's deep, because you say, well, what's that? You're just regimenting me back into the house and a robe. Keep on barefoot and pregnant. She goes on to say, feminism and Victorianism, check this out, this happened back then, laid the foundations for modern female neurosis. Listen, to millions of women, hostility toward the opposite sex seems almost a natural law. Although many modern women may pay lip service to the ideal of a passionate and productive marriage to a man, underneath she deeply resents her role, perceives of the male as fundamentally hostile to her, as an exploiter of her. She wishes in her deepest heart, and often without the slightest awareness of this fact, to supplant him, to exchange roles with him. Now, this is how she's been conditioned. Remember, this is not her doing. This is the conditioning process of the greater society. This is what we are dealing with. And here's what she says. Listen to this. She says, if feminism had brought happiness in relationships and careers, the game might have been worth it. If I was happy having a career, it might have been worth it. But it hasn't. The game has brought frigidity and restlessness and a soaring divorce rate, neuroses and homosexuality, juvenile delinquents, in effect, all that results when a woman in any society deserts her true function. Amen. Very true. And then she closes it out. And she says this, I quote, "A woman who mistrusts her mate or her husband's love, and as a consequence her own femininity, has a difficult, painful, frenetic approach to life. She is at war with herself." Check. Understand, Queen, that who you are, so important to the equilibrium we have spoken about. That equilibrium is intense. It is not a coincidence. Everything about you, everything that you are made of, the very nature of your body, the way that your body is structured for tenderness, the way you feel so soft. I marvel, brothers, bear me out. You ever touch the female skin? You feel skin is like all hard and rocky, got ripples and shakes. They like that. But you ever felt the softness of a woman? When she hugs you, she's hugging for strength. But when you hug her, you feel that softness. It's like, damn, how can something so soft be upright? It's supposed to be like in a puddle or something. She's so soft. It's like, damn, you were made like that for a reason. Because you are my opposite. You're there to calm me down. When I hug you, my whole temperament goes down. If I'm yanged out, and I'm feeling yang and I'm softened, you soften me up. That strength is translated. You are giving me power by your surrender, by your submission. You don't understand that. And once I'm empowered, you can give me anything, demand me anything. King Kong who? Come on, motherfucker. You do that for us. And whatever it is, we'll bring you back his skins. That's how it works. Feminism, at its core, is a stone-cold lesbian movement because, in their own twisted sense, lesbians have always been women who coveted the male roles. Heterosexual love is the attraction of opposites. A man cannot love a woman who is competing with him for power. Relationships that are equal are like business mergers, roommates, brother and sister marriages, as Irene Castillo calls them in her book, Knowing Women, A Feminine Psychology. Such relationships cannot achieve the deepest level of intimacy as when the woman surrenders her will and her power to her man, and man in turn bestows upon her his wholehearted, deepest love in response to this trust that she gives him. Sisters, you are by higher nature hypergamous, which means you seek men of higher status than yourself. By nature, even a dyed-in-the-wool heterosexual feminist, which is an oxymoron, can only love a man who is more powerful than she. The gynic feminine woman is a magnificent gift from the Most High Creator, the Most High I Am Creator. Bless you for being the gynic woman that you are, because without you, I'm fucked. I got to beat a woman like he has to beat his woman with a club before he can drag her to bed. I don't want to fight you like that. I want to possess you. I want to take you. I want to grab you up, make tender love to you. I want to take your leg and put it where I want to put it. So you got to make sure that leg can go there. You know what I mean? Sisters, when you can't, oh, wait a minute, oh, no, wait, oh, start to working out. Because you're supposed to become pliable. I'm supposed to throw you up in the air the way they do that pizza, rip you around, bring you back down, and then put a little bit of that sauce on you, and then heat you up again and spin you around. And you know you like it because that's when the man, if he is possessing you, he feels that his muscles, his whole testosterone things come up. And when you touch him, he's like hard as a rock. And you say, oh my God, look at this monstrous man I have in here with me. This is a man. I just have to be just go ahead. Just go ahead. Go ahead, Dad. And you know we're getting stronger because the more you surrender, the stronger we get. And you're getting pleasure in your surrender. And we are getting pleasure because it's not just the getting the nut. It's the feeling of dominating and possessing, and this is mine. All mine. Mine, 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 mine. Mine. That's what turns me on. And I can hold my nut for an hour if you make me feel that way. But if you don't make me feel like a man, all I'm going to want to do is the mechanical. All right, I got to get my meat wet real quick. Okay, that's it. I got my nut. I might as well jerk off, but I got it off. Unless, and that's how women who are power-mongering with men get their sex. If you don't surrender totally, sisters, you don't get us totally. And that's a secret behind it. I mean, it's like old-fashioned. It's like, goddamn, you're going against everything feminism has taught me. You're damn right. Back to square one. I am. Not a somebody either. The Gynec woman, again, is a magnificent gift from the Most High Creator. It is through her sacrifice of self for love that earmarks her for greatness. A woman's greatness is seen in the family that she raises. That's why she is the most precious thing. You can't talk about my mama. Man will kill for his mama. Because there is something invisible in your home. When you walk into a home that a mama is happy and she's got a home, you walk into a home with mama that's cooking, the smell is, and that's what I remember. We had mamas and daddies, as pathological as it was. There was mama and daddy in there. But there was a smell. You know, black people home always had a smell in it. In the book, The Psychology of Women by Helen Deutsch, get this book. She speaks about this. In fact, in the highest philosophies in theology, highest theosophy in theology is self-theology. Highest theosophy in theology is self-sacrifice is the quintessential key to ultimate transcendence? Isn't that what you go into the priesthood to do? They teach you self-sacrifice. Well, they're teaching you feminine virtues of giving up, of doing for others. In a perverse sense, this is why it is women who comprise the majority membership of churches. They would be sacrificing by way of their femininity to their husbands and family. They are sacrificing to Jesus and to the pimp preachers in the church. Beloved, the overwhelming majority of women only achievement, fulfillment as mothers and as wives. The overwhelming majority of joy comes to women when they become mothers and wives. In their heart of hearts, they know this. Because most of the women up there in that place called Korea, they're not happy. And I don't care how much shit you go through with your children. Oh, man, I need this, this. Oh, could you change that's all part and parcel of it. It's the good and the bad. But when you look at that child's face, that's yours. And when you see that woman cradling your child, that's your child. And she's nursing your child. Ain't nothing like it. And any man who doesn't like that, who's pissed off at a woman for having his seed, he ain't a man. Woman very ready to carry your seed to term, unless she's just welfare pimping. That's another sickness. But if you got a woman, I'm saying this to you, brothers and sisters, if you pull a woman to you and you're interested, not just for the pussy, you don't want to jack the pussy, that's not what it is. You like who she is, love that woman who loves you back. Every now and then you get a chance. They are creatures of affection. You know cats, right? When we bother like that, every time you show affection to a woman, she grows and she gets stronger. Every chance you get, reach out. Just touch some part of her. Let her know you know she's there. When you're hugging her, hug her good. Hug her strong. She don't want them weak little pats. When you're hugging her, don't put your ass out and hug her like that. Hug her and grab her ass and pull her to you. Rub her on your manhood. This is your man right here. She needs that kind of assurance because her whole body is about tactile stimulation. I know it sounds like, what the hell is he talking about? No, I'm telling you, she is about touching and feeling. Feeling is her thing. If she feels you, there's another part, another psychological form of completion. And that's what's missing from a lot of our sisters today. They're not being held, they're not being touched, they're not being talked to the right way. They're not being loved the right way, and they're missing that. Because why? We can't, being pimp daddy bullshit. So like I said, if a good woman surrenders to you, love her the way you're supposed to love her as a man. And I say that, and that's over and out. Sister got a question there? Okay, thanks.
Now, is pants like... Is pants a European derived invention? Something that I guess we wouldn't have had unless we came over here and they invented pants. So if it is, then I guess what I'm saying is would pants not really make a difference? Because I mean it's something that they made and it's off anyway.
Well, that's a good question. The pants were always masculine clothing.
The ancient Kemetic walls, and we only see men that look like they were wearing skirts. This was at a time when we look at Chem today, we were watching a society in decline. Men took their pants off because the radiation at that time was so high that they needed to wear clothing that defrayed and diffracted that. You see over here the people that they call the Native Americans. There's no such thing as these Asian Native Americans. Those were Johnny-come-latelys. Native Americans look like that sister that's sitting there right there. And you. We wore tassels. You ever watched them when they wore the tassels? The tassels were the way, and this is the science behind tassels. It deflected static electricity. The movement of the tassels kept static electricity off of us, so that it did not build up inside of the body to create disturbances in the organic flow of the energy. There was a contact with the earth. You watch the females that they wore the skirts. The women, even then, the natives never wore no pants. Those were males. You saw the males put them on. They used to have one part of it open with the loincloth, which essentially is a throwback to the time when we were the Masons. Native Americans are wearing those aprons, because that's who they were. Those are the ancient Kemites. Okay? So male clothing is designed, as you see in my book, because as the environment began to degenerate, we began to do things to ourselves in order to accommodate a balance or an equilibrium within the affected environment. So in Africa, you would see them scarify. You see this trait that they have when the sisters and the brothers would be scarred. Do you know what that was for? It was not only vaccination. When you initiate, the initiation actually, they put it into initiation. Remember, these initiations had scientific functions as their basis. It didn't just happen. When you cut and bleed, and you cut this bleed, what you do is you create a keloiding that allows for more blood to be created so that you have higher oxygenation. Because most of the tribes that were cutting themselves lived in areas where the oxygen level was low. So the scarification caused for the making of more red blood cells, which created more oxygen. That's why the whites couldn't get into certain areas where they had the malaria, because the malaria is a sign of stagnating blood. You cannot move it forward in there, and your filth becomes caught up with you, and then the mosquito starts biting on your shit, and there's no movement for the waste in your situation, so the body uses the lungs and the skin to try to get rid of the waste. So the clothing we wore, the decorations we had, the things that we did to ourselves were to adapt to the pathological conditions the earth were in so that we could survive. We could strike the harmony within. That time when we were wearing the clothing that you were reading in the book, when you talked about how we have this ritual, going back to rituals, how the men, at the time they reached 12 years of age, they went through the cycle of cutting off the prepuce in the front of the thing. This was done at 12 years of age, not the way they did it today at 2 and 3, months or even earlier. The reason for that was, at that time, for you to become a man, you had to pull the hood off. You notice that when you go into the monastery, they put the hood back on. That's the symbol of returning the prepuce, which is returning the feminine part of you to balance you off. You ever watch the monks with these big hoods? That's the return of the prepuce that was took off. Now, the women took off the clitoris. Why? Because they knew, and this is the part that they don't have as the preliminary bunch of information that preceded all of what we see as history today. The clitoris was not part of the female anatomy. Just like there are parts inside of our body that has become so degenerated, you don't even know they exist in there. But the degeneration has created another kind of specialization. Now listen to me carefully. You can degenerate to a certain level where there's a normalcy, but it's not natural. The body is always adapting to survive. And in that adaptation, we see certain things happen to the body, but they are not part of the original archetypal design. The clitoris is not an archetypal design. It is an exteriorization of an internal process. Just like the prepuce began to grow over in an attempt to become a vulva. That's why your ancestors for 10,000 years removed it. They were saying, well, they're cutting off the dick, and we want to stop this, and this is not, we don't need to do it anymore. Why did your ancestors do it for 10,000 years? Is there a reason? How do we say, well, there was just some dumb motherfuckers? Well, they were doing it in Kemet. They did it in China. They did it all over where the high civilizations were. Why? Because they know the significance. They had the history of the human strain. And that was that we degenerated to the present state we are. And the bodies and faces and the way you see us look today, that's not who we really were. It says so in one of the great books of Kemet, that if we were to see what the ancestors truly looked like face to face, we would go mad. Because they don't look anything like us. First and foremost, they had eyes that did not have scleras, the white parts, because they could see into other spectrums. Right now, because of the fact that you are this close in proximity to the sun, the whole makeup of your brain changed, and so now the part that would filter light on a higher level shrank in order to stop the amount of intense radiation getting into your brain. Because the darker it is, the more you absorb radiation, check. The light reflects it, check. But why you think you have that white? Because too much intense radiation, based upon where the planet was now situated after the great trauma, has made you have to specialize the present place that you are right now. And this is the body that you're operating under with a pathological, this is the body that you're operating under with a pathological condition. Everything around us is pathological. And we adapted to that. So when we didn't wear any clothing back in the days, we didn't need clothing, there was the earth wasn't doing this shit. It was just spinning like this on an ellipsis. Around the earth there was a compressed hydrogen halo that kept the 72 degrees and beautiful, a Garden of Eden. You didn't even need to eat. You breathed and you were fine, because eating was for the lower animals. Your menu was the direct menu of God. You ate solar radiation. Your lungs and your breathing condensed all that is part of solar matter into the food substances that you are. You were light, eating at the banquet of light. As the change became, and this is what they say in the story to deal with the myths, certain creatures came and convinced you that the fact that you could create with your minds was an illusion. They said, you can't really do that. You would create shit, and you were like, oh, who are these creatures that could create shit out of just thought? We got to control this shit for us. So they made you believe that thought needed a process before manifestation. So now you think without knowing how to materialize thoughts instantaneously. That's what we have to find out. That's what the myth tells us. You see, we don't know who these creatures are. We just know what happened to us. It may have been us convincing ourselves that we couldn't do this. But something happened. And remember, I told you that every time the Most High reaches a stage of development where it has reached perfection in its creation, it destroys itself, because that perfection equals its end. Perfection equals death. So what happens? You have to destroy the perfect thing you created so that you now unravel everything to get back into the realm of perfecting, which is perfection. You can't perfect something because it will die in that perfection. That's why Adam had to be kicked out of the Garden of Eden. If he stayed, he would have died. So the serpent, which was the energy that we saw, that wiggle line there, that serpent went to Eve, and the reason why it went to Eve is because all manifestation happens through the female. And Eve essentially gave the apple to Adam, which essentially was nothing more than his potential. Eve showed him his potential. And so did the serpent, which was a whole other energy. And I tell you, that serpent represents that squiggly line I was telling you about that cleaved the two, because remember, man and woman made he them, and he called them Adam. That's the first creation. That's that circle that was cleaved that wasn't cleaved in the middle. When he made that and it began to cleave the thing into two, that's when Eve was created. Eve was not a person. Eve was not the female. Eve was a time. Eve was a moment in creation. It was not a person. Okay? Next question. Yes, sir. Yes, brother. Mm-hmm. The menstrual cycle, women say, is a time of power, and it's not. It's a time when power is being exhibited. Well, I can only, again, when we are looking at the secrets to what happens, we have to look at the human body as the temple of the Most High, and we have to conjecture from that, how would the Most High create a temple in its own image and likeness? Would it create a temple that loses its nutrients every month? Would it create a temple that was destroying so much of itself that in 1 year's time, some women bleed the equivalent of a whole human being? Would the Most High create an entity in its own image and likeness to imitate that? No. So what we must do now, as scientists, is to see how the Most High would operate in its creation by going to the source, to deal with the unmanifested, to understand and understand metaphysics, to deal with the realm of cause before you can understand the realm of effects. The realm of effects cannot be understood unless you go to the realm of cause, because all effects are nothing more than reflections of the activity of cause. So, studying cause lets you know that the causeless cause, that which creates, would never create anything unlike itself. Not unless something happened to the creation to show you how the equilibrium factor works to bring it back into balance. So if the menstrual cycle is an attempt for the female to bring herself back into balance, it shows her that by her activity, she must now change whatever that energy is. She must now focus what it is that's in her body. Why is she feeling the way she's feeling? What is this sense of loss that I have? Why do I have to lay down? Why do I feel miserable? These are not natural. They're normal, but they're not natural. So at a time beforehand, a woman did not need to bleed in order to be fertile. In fact, mind over matter must have worked to an incredible degree, because I can sit here, close my eyes, and think about the most exquisite sexual experience and get a woody. Am I having the experience? No. I'm thinking about it, and my body is reacting. I can think about the best meal I ever ate, and what happens? My mouth starts to water. Immediately, my body reacts to my thoughts. Well, just imagine at the time, back before our pathology became so evident, The ability for mind to be operated through thought in direct synchronicity with the I am. So that I translate thoughts immediately and say, if I wish to propagate, then austerities take place. The sisters were circled by the elders, and she was told what to do to activate that seed, to cause her ovaries to go into the luteum and to explode it, because it's very taxing. Do you know that every time a woman excretes an egg from her corpus luteum, that is like a damage? And every time she does that, this is why they found out an over-menstruating woman ends up having cancer of the uterus. Because each time she secretes an egg constantly and loses it, she creates estradiol, which is part of the estrogen catalog that becomes her breast cancer. Men have an estrogen level in his body, and that's the estradiol. It is necessary for the creating of the soft tissue, and after it has done its work, it is flushed from the system. But if it stays in there, it begins to change him. If his estrogen becomes part of the cell matrix and the cell plasma, then he is feminine. If he has feminine character, estrogenic materials, but it does not become part of the cell nuclei, he'll just have feminine outer, but he won't feel feminine. He won't feel like one being a woman. The same thing with a woman. Some women have hair on their lip, but they're not masculine. They have what are called as exogenous testosterone toxicity. Whereas women, like these dykes that we're dealing with, these are endogenous testosterone toxicity. In other words, the testosterone or the androsterone, which mansterone, androstenone, as you say, becomes part of the germplasm that creates the cell's nuclei, which then automatically changes her orientation into a man. But there's a lot of free-floating estrogenic and androgenic materials in women that if she fluctuates just once, she can become masculine. And that happens with her progesterone. Women create progesterone, and it is the progesterone that creates and makes the different categories of estrogen. Now, progesterone looks exactly like a testosterone molecule. Oops. There it is. Now, that is the I that I keep telling you about. That is located in all of us. It is the foundation for the woman to make sure that that I is being structured so that your feminine nature is under protection. So that progesterone, based upon her own biology and infrastructure, is changed by her nature and by her instincts and by what her blood chemistries dictate for her own gender. This is the beauty of what it is to be a man and a woman. You have safeguards to make sure that the masculine gender and the feminine gender are kept in polarity. And the instincts inside of you are what keep it in check. Screw with the physical, screw with that chemistry, fuck with the brain by putting all kinds of tofu and other kinds of things that have estrogenic material, then you stabilize that I inside, and the progesterone now, instead of creating estrogen, begins to lean over and start creating testosterone, because it looks just like the testosterone molecule anyway. Tofu. Tofu has all kinds of estrogenic materials, which means you got to counter that by using a lot of yang as men. Women, that's why they said there was this incredible burst of breast cancer, because most of the women born in 1951, 1950, around those times, they were the ones being given all kinds of soy. You see, back in those days, the scientists found out that there were things called phytoestrogens. And these phytoestrogens are what's inside of the tofu, inside of the, what do you call that? What is tofu? Soy. The soy, the scientists found, had direct effects on the endocrine system. So they began putting soy into all the food. Now, when they knew that, so you're scientists who told the government that soy has estrogenic compounds, you're going to put it into everything starting in 1950 when you found that out.
it like plastic out of it? Plastic?
You make everything out of it. It was like hemp, you see. So the game is that they have destabilized gender by putting certain estrogenic materials in, especially in young males, when they have given them, like I was telling you before, that when you give the child that, what do you call that stuff, the formulas, the soy formulas, that usually a child will feed on about maybe 6 to 8 bottles a day. 6 to 8 bottles is tantamount to 5 to 6 birth control pills that you're giving to a child. Especially to a male child. They say, well, he ain't a man yet, he ain't going to feel it. Yes, he does. A young male child starts secreting the levels of testosterone to match a young man by the time he's 6 months of age. There is a surge in male children from 6 months of age. That's what defines the young male. That's why you're supposed to be feeding your mother and to watch out what you're giving to the mother, because you're giving it to that child. So, yes, bleeding has become normal even though it's not natural. It shows that it's not natural, and I said it before, back even in the beginning we used to tout that. But now when women were saying, well, that's bullshit, that's this is who we are, that's how we're fertile, no, that's not it. Now they're coming out, scientists are coming out telling women, hey, guess what? The Dogon women, they have 5, 6, and 7 children, they hardly bleed throughout their lives, and they have no incidence of cervical cancer. Oh, really? You mean women are supposed to have babies, and is that what nature is telling you all? Yes. And they're telling you that women who have abortions constantly, when you are pregnant and you start making milk, your body changes immediately to start making milk. What happens is when you subvert that by the abortion, the cells that were converted in order to become milk ducts stay there, unformed, and as a result become prey to the estradiol estrogens that begin to pervert that unmature or immature cellular network into cancer. So now they've found a direct link between